Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NSSF Suppliers Forum 2026, where we're talking about being powered by diversity and driven by shared growth. I've just been rebuked by our CS about something the president talked about yesterday during the speaker election, about how we are not taking this Ebola thing seriously. So I would like to, from this moment on, ban any manner of hugs. I know that some of us are huggers, so if I see you hugging anyone, we shall come for you. No, but we refuse to live in fear. We believe that we shall be safe. We know that there are some concerns, but I'm assuming that all of us are being very careful. We do have sanitizer on the outside if you need to be able to actually disinfect. I'd like to encourage that you make sure that you do that. Also, on a very personal note, I strongly recommend that when you can pass by a pharmacy, there's a small thing called propolis. It's an extract from bees. It's in a small vial like this. It costs, I think, 5K. Find that thing, drink it daily, put maybe 6 or 7 drops in water twice a day. If you fall sick, come and I pay you. I'm not exaggerating. My son, my youngest son, he's 11 now. From the time we put him on propolis, he's never had cough or flu. So you go to school, the entire school is down. Kids are struggling. He's laughing it away. So I preach it without fear or favor because it actually works. So it boosts immunity. It does. Now see me trying to be a herbalist. But yeah. We'll be getting started in a few moments. I want to say good morning also particularly to our online audience. Thank you for being with us. It's a shame you can't be here because we've just been enjoying some wonderful mandazi. Sheraton makes the best mandazi. If you have a wheat addiction, Sheraton is they have the best mandazi I've ever eaten anywhere. I don't know, has anyone tried the mandazi today? Yeah? Am I lying? Their mandazi they are lethal, so I even try and avoid them. So to our online audience, we will be starting hopefully almost on time. We might be delayed by maybe about 5 or so minutes, but at the fund, we are very strong on being professional and not only keeping people's money, but also in the way we manage our time. So we'll try and start on time, which shouldn't be too long from now. Our session is going to be short and sweet, very interactive. We want to be able to learn from one another, but also learn from people who are very good at this whole business of supply and procurement. So our theme this year is powered by diversity, driven by shared growth. In our diverse settings, how can we be able to collaborate and work together to grow? I've always been extremely amazed by how NSSF has taken time to educate its suppliers, to make sure that they are managed well, and to give you all the support that you need to make sure that you're able to do a really good job in supplying them. So if I might ask, even as we prepare to get started, across the room, if you're here and you are an NSSF supplier, show of hands, just for my benefit. I know that we have some staff. If you're a supplier for NSSF, please show of hands. I'm trying to find the person who has been supplying the longest. So how long have you been an NSSF supplier? 3 years. Okay, 3 years. Anyone who has done more than 3 years? Who has been a supplier for more than 3 years? Show of hands. You guys are all stock MPI. You guys are all, eh? I'm sure they do. These people are very enlightened. You guys are all stock MPI. I'm looking for someone who's been supplying the longest for NSSF. I'll do this exercise again as we start because I want to find out. So one of the things that you will discover, I think I've actually also been a supplier for NSSF for quite a while. I think I'm close to 10 years now, if I'm not mistaken. So it's an incredible institution to work with, and we're grateful to be able to have such a a wonderful entity to support our growth as a country, of course, but also to keep our money. Some of us have already eaten some of our money. You haven't, you definitely haven't touched. Have, yeah, no, we've already, Mr. Katende, who you see here 2 years ago, gave me some of my money. I wish he hadn't, because now I look back and I'm thinking, I should have kept that money there. So if you're approaching 45, please don't get your midterm, I beg you. Leave it. You remember, eh? I actually called him when I was trying to process and everything. He sorted me out. Why didn't you say no? What kind of friend are you? You should have said, Ben, no. My story. How I wasted it. It's just traumatizing. What did I do? It was really silly things, by the way. I was excited. It was a lot of money, by the way. I've been saving with the fund since 1999. Hey, so you can imagine, I had a lot of money. Yeah, I have some decent coins in there. So they gave them to me. I went. Now I'm wishing I hadn't. So if you're here and you're approaching 45, I beg of you, by the mercies of the living God, don't touch that money. You might have ideas, you think you want to start a business, when you're going to do what, please leave that money alone. That money doesn't belong to you. It belongs to you when you're 55. It will come in handy then. Oh, and that's not the worst part. The most stupid thing was, I think I got my midterm before the interest announcement, which was also a very, very stupid thing. Yeah, I know. We make foolish mistakes in life. So, but you, please learn from me. Don't make such silly mistakes. If you haven't had breakfast yet, we still have some coffee and those little mandazi and some fruit. So please make sure you do enjoy some even as we prepare to get started. And for our online audience, please stay with us. And of course, if you have any questions along the way, please do share them in the chat. We'll pick up on those and make sure that we can be able to involve you in what should be a wonderful conversation. So please settle in. If you need to find a place of convenience or inconvenience, depending on your state, you go outside, walk immediately after this door. There are stairs going down. So you go down the stairs, you'll be able to find a place that you can make use of. Otherwise, you're very welcome. Looking forward to having a wonderful morning together. Someone thought I was, when you do what I do, sometimes people take you to be unserious. This is the little thing I was telling you guys about. So at any given point in my life, I'll have one of these in the car. I'll have one of these in a cabinet at home. I'll have one of these in my laptop bag. I can never go anywhere without it. It has antifungal, antiviral, antibacterial. It's an immunobooster. My son cut himself. When I started becoming a marketing manager for this thing, my son cut himself badly on the hand, on the window. And so I put this thing on the hand. It stings like hell for about 10 seconds. And then after that, the guy even forgets that he even had a wound. And by, I think, maybe the following morning, the thing was completely dry. So from that time, I market it on this guy's behalf. Just wanted to point you in the direction of a form that you will find on your table. It's a feedback form. Before you leave today, I would like to kindly request that you fill it out and tell us about how today was. So we've been doing the Supplier Forum for a few years now, and we're always trying to make sure that we improve it every single year because it's about you and your feedback. So what you do with this form is you tell us if the theme was relevant to you. We're talking about powered by diversity, driven by shared growth. Does that theme make sense to you? And then you're able to score different items on the different parameters. For example, how well have we done on time? The presentations and concepts you hear, how clear were they for you? Did they make sense? Was the quality of discussion and engagement good enough for you? But also, are you happy with the venue? Things like that. Was the mandazi as good as I said they were? But also, most importantly, did you actually gain skills and knowledge that you think are necessary to improve your procurement experience? And then to share some feedback on what improvements you think we need to make to be able to do a better job. So I'm going to request that before you leave at the end of the session, that you kindly help fill out this form and just leave it on the table. We'll pick it up. You can't claim you don't have a pen. We've made sure that there's a pen with each form. So there shouldn't be if you don't have a form on your table, we'll make sure it comes to you. But also we'll try and maybe see if we can put up I know some of you guys are tech savvy, so we'll put up a QR code so you can scan and be able to give us that feedback. Thank you. I've just been advised by my team that if you don't have the form on your table, physical form, on the tag that you have, there should be a QR code. So if you just scan that QR code on the tag, you'll also be able to get the QR code. Also, I discovered recently that when you're scanning that QR code, it's one of the easiest ways to know whether your phone is fake or genuine. So if you scan the code on your phone and it's not working, then you need to go and upgrade your phone. This is true, actually. I discovered that I'd bought a fake phone when I tried to scan a QR code and the phone was not having any of it. So that's another way. If you want to prove the genuineness of your phone, try scanning the QR code. You'll be able to know very quickly whether your phone is legit or one of those Chinese knockoffs. You also have free Wi-Fi in the room, just in case you need to update your phone, whether legit or otherwise. So the code and password should be on the table in front of you. You can just be able to log in and use it as an opportunity to update your phone, download all the stuff you want to download while you're here. I'll very quickly ask our all our EXCO members to please help receive our MD, who must be somewhere nearby, so at your earliest convenience.
Time will come for you to be home. Are you planning for your tomorrow? In your home all by yourself, will you smile about your decisions? Choose to save for your old self, or to frown and cast your existence. There's no time better than this, while you're young and fresh to be. Time will come for you to be home. Are you planning for your tomorrow? In your home all by yourself, will you smile about your decisions? Choose to save for your old self, or to frown and curse your existence. There's no time better than this, while you're young and fresh, think about it. Time will come for you to be home. Are you planning for your tomorrow? In your home all by yourself, will you smile about your decisions? Choose to save for your old self, or to frown and curse your existence. There's no time better than this. While you're young and fresh, think about it. Usistafu katika mateso, katika dhiki na unyogo. Uzee unakuja na changamoto, kutatua hilo la pesa sasa. NSSF is for you tocha, wediera kueleza kwe. As you save, your money grows, so transparent, so reliable. Yalirodi babwe, kumuli munga bekuya, bamukazako cheyamani, ngabatuka batumya, akadewe kaita, ngumulimu alina okubwamuka, abaziryako banyumya, buyenyaga teyatereka, tegekera nnyo wato obukadde, kikwewala nnyo naawe okulinda, olwo naawe kaddiye, ng'omulimu wawummula olema okumenyeka, omugezi abamubuulire naye, tereka ensimbi obulamu bwe agale mu bukadde, ab'amangu smart life wedi, NSSF nkugambye yajja yeemazeko, omugezi abamubuulire naye, tereka ensimbi obulamu bwe agale mu bukadde, ab'amangu smart life wedi, NSSF nkugambye yajja yeemazeko.
Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 NSSF Suppliers Forum. It's an incredible opportunity to be with you for me today. My name is Ben Mwine, and it is my absolute delight and pleasure to be guiding our proceedings this morning. Our program will be hopefully engaging and encouraging for you. One of the things that the Bible says, if you are an avid Bible reader, is that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I think it's in the book of Hosea chapter 4, verse 6, if I'm not mistaken. And what we have been trying to do with the Supplier Forum is to make sure that there's a lot more knowledge available for you so that no one can ever go and say, I failed to get a deal with NSSF because I didn't know any better. And so I think that NSSF deserves a very big hand clap for doing that. Not many people will try and help you make money from them. And so for that, we are truly grateful. I want us to start officially. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule, and I want to apologize. That is my fault. It is my responsibility that we have started a bit late, and I want to ask for your forgiveness in that regard. There's a small exercise we had done before our MD joined us that I wanted to do again, just for his benefit. And I wanted to find out in the room who the longest serving NSSF supplier is in the room. So I'm going to try and do a very, please engage with me again for the benefit of our MD, who has been supplying NSSF for I don't know, at least 6 months, let's say, who became a new supplier this year? You got your first contract or deal or whatever in 2026. Show of hands, if there's anybody who only joined the suppliers this year. Okay, everyone has been here at least since 2025, a year. Anyone who's been a supplier for about a year or below. 2 years, who's been a supplier for 2 years? Okay, everyone, 2 years. 3, who's been a supplier for 3 years? I've got at least 2 people in the room. 5, who's been a supplier for at least 5 years? 5, 7 years? More than 7? Who's been a supplier for more than 7? 10? Anyone who's been a supplier for more than 10 years? 10. Ah, congratulations. Some money. 15? Anyone? Anyone who's been a supplier more than 15 years? Okay, so at least we have one person who's been a supplier for more than 10 years. So congratulations to you. I hope you've had a wonderful experience so far. Yet to get feedback. We'll be looking forward to that feedback. I want us to get started. I'm going to kindly request that we stand to our feet. We are a national institution. We believe in the mantra of for God and my country, and so we'll start by having our national anthem and our East African anthem, and then I'll ask Christine to come and lead us in an opening prayer as we get started. Let's have our anthems. Please sing along.
Twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
We remain standing for an opening prayer. I'll ask Christine to come and lead us in an opening prayer.
Thank you, Ben. Let's commit this morning into the Lord's hands. Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Let us pray. Almighty Father, King of glory, we thank you for the gift of today, for bringing us together, my Father, my King, to this important occasion, King of glory. We are grateful for knowledge. We are grateful for strengthening partnerships and for fostering growth. Lord, as we begin this day, we invite your guidance. Grant us wisdom as we discuss and guide the presenters and partners and participants as we contribute to the good of the fund and the country at large. Lead us, Lord Jesus, as we deliberate, King of glory, and may today's discussion bring joy, peace, and harmony in this room. And may we be respectful to each discussion that is going to be shared, King of glory. We pray all this, trusting and believing your name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Christine. You may have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I was shocked a couple of months ago when I was doing an event, and there were about maybe 4 or 5 35-year-olds who did not know the Uganda national anthem. So I want to encourage you, whenever you go somewhere, at bare minimum, learn the national anthem and learn to sing it. Our anthem is actually a prayer for Uganda, I was having a chat with, I think, Eunice and I think Rona and the team earlier on about how blessed we are as a country. And I think for me, it is critical that we learn to be grateful as a nation. And I'll give you one very basic example. It is very easy to take for granted the fact that even now with all that's going on, you can go anywhere, somewhere in Kampala and find fuel. It might have gone to 6,000 shillings, but you will find it. Our friends next door have been on strike because they don't have fuel. And thank you very much, Patrick. And so it is those small things for me that force me to be very vocal about this stuff and say that for those of us who have been around long enough and have known more than one president, it is important that we learn to be grateful for what we have as a country. If we did not have Enoch in charge of our fuel, you've worked in fuel before. If we had those cartel people, I think fuel would not be like 12,000 if we hadn't done something about it. And so we must be grateful in everything that we do. And for that reason, I'm going to ask you to, again, please bear with me. I've been given the power to be the boss. I was elected speaker for today. So, members, can you please do me a favor and stand to your feet? Let's do a gratitude exercise. I like to do this everywhere that I go, and I find it very useful. I want you to find 3 people and tell them at least one thing that you are truly grateful for. Many of us in this room have not given thanks for anything in a while. And you know I am right. You know I am right. Like for you to go and actually tell someone either at work or at home that, you know, I am grateful for my children. I am grateful for my job or for my business or my health or whatever it is. The only rule I would give is that you cannot say I am grateful for life. That one is a standard. All of us have that as a response. So think of 3 other things that you are grateful for. Move around the room, find 3 people, and each of them tell them at least one different thing, one thing that you are truly grateful for. And then we'll start. I've seen a couple of ungrateful people who are not finding people. Please follow the instructions. Please find some people and tell them at least one thing that you're grateful for. All right. I will ask us to settle down so we can get started now. So one of the interesting things I have found, because I've been any event that I am at, I make it a point to do this exercise. And I've made one very interesting observation that people usually don't want to stop. So you can see they're still going on. The other interesting thing that I've observed is that you suddenly realize there's something, I don't know if it's chemical or whatever that happens when you become grateful, you actually can feel. You probably came here, I know kids have gone back to school, maybe the school is still saying Tutakubanja. But the moment you begin to be grateful, you suddenly realize that maybe it's not as bad as you think it is, right? So I would encourage you on a daily basis, be grateful for something and tell someone else something that you're grateful for. It's very good. I'm grateful this morning that we get to have a wonderful conversation about how we can be able to power our diversity and share our growth as we grow together. And it is my extreme pleasure and honor to invite someone that I admire a lot. I love listening to his stories. I never tire listening to our host this morning. So would you please join me in welcoming our MD, Mr. Patrick Ayota, as he comes to get our NSSF 2026 Suppliers Forum going.
Good morning. Good morning. So let me pick where Ben just left off about this country that sometimes we don't realize or see. There are only two things that cause dust. If you think through it, there are only two things that cause dust. Decay. Leave a house by itself locked up. With the time, you'll find he has gathered dust. Don't repair a road. With the time, as you drive on that road, you'll see dust. So decay causes dust. Guess what else causes dust? Reconstruction. When you see the bulldozers on the road, as you're driving it, as they're fixing that road, there is dust. If you're building a house, and that's why they put those blue-green nets, there is dust. So, when you look at this country, and you see the dust of politics, and you see the dust of whatever dust you see, ask yourself, is it decay or reconstruction? And I'm going to tell you something. If you'll see it long enough, you'll see reconstruction. Even the battle between NRM and NUP, whatever form it takes, is a country trying to find what democracy ought to be, reconstruction. About 7 years ago, if you went across Kampala, you most likely will see one crane. The whole city of Kampala had one crane. Next time, just pay attention as you drive through Kampala, and you'll find that there are more than 20 cranes dotted across the capital reconstruction. So don't give up on this country. Do what you can do to make it better. And there are things that don't cost us money as a nation. I tell guys, if you are driving your car and there is a line, why do you cause a jam by getting off the line? Just stay in your lane, stay there. Costs you no money, you just bring order in the country, just doing our little bit. So I wanted to share that with you because I share Ben's opinion that sometimes we don't see these things. And when we look at the dust within the country, what we think about is decay, decay, decay. When on the other hand, there is reconstruction going on. Okay, on that note, I will start. I will start by telling a story that I wanted to do. This story is called Guard Your Mind. What's it called? So there was a convent up the hill, and there were a number of nuns who stayed in the convent. Every day, some nuns would come down the valley to minister. And this had been going on for the longest time. One time, two nuns, Sister Mercy and Sister Innocent, were down in the valley. They got carried away in the ministry. By the time they begin walking back to the convent, it's a bit dusk. So they begin to climb up the hill, and they look back, and they notice there is this man beginning to follow them. What's the name of the story? Guard Your Mind. So they walk through, and as they look back, they say, hey, he's catching up on us. So they quicken their steps. They look back, the guy has actually quickened his steps and is gaining on them. So they say, I think we better run. So they take off running, climbing the hill. They look back, the guy is even faster. He's coming closer and closer to them. When they reach on top of the hill, Sister Innocent tells Sister Mercy, you go that way, let me go this way. So we split. And sure enough, they split. That's the name of the story? Sister Mercy runs as much as she can, and she reaches the hall. She reaches the convent, and all the other nuns around her. She's trying to explain what has happened. Oh no, there was this man who was chasing me, and so on. She's out of breath. She's explaining, but there is no Sister Innocent. So now they are worried. Where is Sister Innocent? Nobody knows where Sister Innocent is, and the nuns are just scared. What's the name of the story? And suddenly Sister Innocent comes bursting in, and she's all disheveled, she's breathing, she's Sister, are you okay? She can't talk, she's breathing heavily, what's the name of the story? So she catches her breath, and she begins to narrate the story. She said, when I saw behind, I saw the man was not chasing Sister Mercy, he was chasing me. So I ran as fast as I could, but when I looked back, he was even faster. I couldn't run any farther, so I stopped. Hey, sister, what happened? Well, he came and stopped very near me. Ah, sister, what happened? Now, sister's concerned. What's the name of the story? So what did you do? Well, when I saw he was very near me, what I did is I raised my skirt over my head. Oh, sister, what happened? What's the name of the story? Sister. So I had my skirt over my head. And what happened? He unbuckled his belt. What happened? The trousers fell on his ankle. Oh, sister, what happened? And Sister Innocent with a smile on her face. What's the name of the story? Said, a nun with her skirt over her head will outrun any man with trousers on his ankle. And that's how Sister Innocent escaped to go there. So as we begin this story, as we begin the discussions about the supply forum, part of it is the focus. Don't assume things. Don't assume you can't do it. Don't assume that my business is small, can I supply to a big entity like NSSF? Don't allow that to come to your mind. You can, if you're just like Sister Innocent, and you know what to be done in the process. So I'm just going to talk about a few things. One of the things that you realize is this world has changed, and Ben talked about here, the complexities of the geopolitical shifts are major. And if you think about the decision this government made about 3 years ago, to cut out the cartels in Kenya and go directly to a major supply of fuel, that's actually what has saved us here. Otherwise, we'd be in Kenya's position today if that had happened. Because the cartels were actually holding Uganda at ransom. Yeah, it may be 6,600, but it's there. At least it's there. We can have it, which you don't see in that area at all. So what you see in, I kind of lost this one here. The text, I have lost this one. Who can help? Okay. So anyway, we'll go. So what you find is, basically, it's no longer what you can take for granted. The advantage is what has done with technology is, doesn't matter how small you are, how big you are. The dynamics of the world can actually make you an equal opportunity participator in the global economy. And so the same thing with the NSF, that you can be a supplier to NSF and yet you are a one-person, a two-person company, as long as you can meet the requirements that we need in that case. Okay? And what you have now is the disruption that we see. They're everywhere. Anything will disrupt. We can't be here, and the politics come, they disrupt us. Fuel disrupted us. Nobody figured out that in February, the US would be bombing Iran. In fact, Trump thought he would just go in, and 2 weeks later, it would be done. He's still stuck there. And doesn't know why. We don't know how long it will take, They negotiate deals that seem not to come through, and this uncertainty may continue for quite a while. Many of you who were hoping to go to the US for whatever reason, disruption. You need to pay $15,000 bond to get a visa that you go to prove you'll come back. The disruptions are there. If you look at the rest of the world, there's restlessness. People do not know what to do as they try to do that. So, I think, Ben, can I borrow that mic maybe? So I can... So I'm not a prisoner of that thing. So the question is, how do you survive these disruptions that come through? Resilience, as we talked about, the ability to create. You're adaptable. Now that is critical. Nobody owes you a thing. I tell guys, nobody owes you a thing. I owed, my grandfather was a very wise man. I grew up in a place called Nyem Nyem. You know that would come. I grew up in Nyem Nyem, a little village in Tororo. I tell people this, but they don't believe me. When I was in P5, which was 11 years old, in my village, it was an abomination for you to continue sleeping in your father's house. I had to build me a hut. So at 11, I moved out of my father's house in my own hut. And the father didn't help you build the hut. Your peers helped you build the hut. If you didn't build that hut, you'd be the laughing stock of every 11-year-old you went to school with. And I remember my grandfather says, you build your hut. Nobody owes you a thing. I don't owe you this house. And by the way, this grandmother of yours is my wife, not your wife. You want to eat, you come before 6 p.m. You eat, then you can go to your hut. If you come out at 6, don't even come to my house. I was 11. Nobody owes us a thing in that case. You must have the agility, and you must endure. The endurance, in fact, for you guys who are doing business, what actually you've seen here is what I call what makes a business work. If you're a small business person, you need these: resilience, adaptability, agility, and endure. It takes a while to build a business. Only in Uganda do we think that you'll break even the first month, the second month. For example, many of us see a friend of ours. I will give you I like this story. So my friend, my nephew is in Wandega, has a friend of his. The friend had a chapati, was selling chapatis in Nakulabia. So he had been observing this guy for long. He said, hey, uncle, give me some capital. I buy me a sigiri. I buy me the sufrias. Then I buy unga and buto, and I make chapati. So, well, what was it? It was like, I think, 600,000 shillings. So I gave it to him. So I went and opened a chapati selling business. The first day, he ate all the chapatis by himself. Nobody bought from him. And he couldn't wonder, he didn't understand why people didn't like his chapatis. And then he could see his friend, because his friend said, you just put it on the side there and do. He's struggling, he runs out of capital. Now he can't ask for more because he's used it all. So he's wondering what to do. He decides to move back to Tororo. Now what happened was, people just don't buy chapati. People buy chapati from somebody they know. His friend had built customers. He was just coming in new. And he needed to spend some time selling, giving people test chapatis before he can get a stream of customers in that case. But then when he went to Tororo, he did very well. It took him 2 years to break even, but he stayed with it. And we had to sustain that business while he was breaking even. And the thing that sometimes we Ugandans do is you start the business, just when you're about to get to the top, you quit to start another one. And then when you start another, you go straight to the bottom of it, and it's a problem that we have along the way because of that thing called enduring. These things are central to what we must do. Every decision we make must strengthen our ability to deliver. Now, these are the things we promised you as a member of the fund. So whatever we do, whether it's in procurement, has to help us deliver this promise to you members. Safety. Safety for us as the fund is this: the day you come for your money, it will be there. It could be 30 years from now, 20 years from now, 10 years from now. it will be there, and would have preserved the value of that money. So we don't just spend, we spend with the safety that when you come for your money, it will be there. And we preserve the value of it. Many of you may not even know, but we start off with a target usually that the interest rate we put on your money should be at least 2 percentage points above the 10-year inflation. We set that as a target. And if you look at the last 10 years, we've actually done much better than that in terms of being able to grow your money. 2, must deliver convenience. Convenience basically means we're accessible. You can do business with us anytime, anywhere, on any device. Convenient to you, and whatever we provide for you is for that. The last one is called empowerment, that will empower you, will empower members. We couldn't actually do that until 2022, because one of the most scary things, one of the hardest things as a fund is we have your balance of 300 million shillings. The member's son is in ICU. But because the law never provided that we can use your money to treat your son, we are both helpless. We can't break the law, and yet you need it. Your son needs it, but the law never made a provision for that. So there was a time until 2022 when it was really, you could see people struggling with that. The way we cure that in empowerment now is the voluntary savings, because mandatory is very strict. It was meant for your retirement, not for your wife's retirement or your son's retirement, your retirement. That was the design of the mandatory. But now, under the voluntary side, you have a more flexible way of savings. That when these emergencies come, you are able to tap into it. So guys, if you not open up a voluntary account, a Smart Life account, please do. Because it was made exactly to give you that value called empowerment. So you can have access to some money whenever the things come through. So what we do is, when we do this, when you as a supplier, you're looking at the things you want to do. In fact, you can even say, I will supply this to you, but I'm delivering these 3 things, the promises that you want to give your men. Here's the fund we are building. So we came up with, we have what's a 10-year strategy, started July 1, 2025. That's around 11 months ago. We call it Vision 2035. So what do we want to be in 2035? A long-term plan. We want to have our membership move from at least the 3.5 million members today to 15 million members by 2035. We call it our 50% coverage. We want to grow this fund to 80 trillion shillings. At the end of June 2025, 11 months ago, it was 26 trillion. As we speak, as of yesterday, is 32 trillion. So basically, we've grown by about 6 trillion shillings in 11 months. Interestingly enough, the target for that 80 trillion until about 2 months ago was 50 trillion. But Excomet changed it. We said, no. We're going to be more ambitious, going to 80 trillion fund. But we'll do it without losing the service levels. Whether you're a member, whether you're a staff, whether you're a stakeholder, the level of services we offer you has to be such that you can give us a rating of 95%. This is our strategic objective. 2035, that's exactly what we want to go. We know where we are today. For example, under the 50% coverage out of the 3.5 million that we have, we started from 3.3. We are 3.5 now. We are there. We want to go to 15 trillion. 80 trillion, like I told you, we are 32 trillion now. We want to be 80 trillion. 95% satisfaction, 93% staff, 88% member. Get an index of that. We are right around 90%. We want to be 95%. And that's how we run our business. The focus on it is on just the strategic objective. So everything we do is meant to help us deliver those 3 things by 2035. And when we do that, we came up with what we call the soft values. What are the things that bind us together as staff, as workers staff? 3 things. Member focus. That whatever we do is focused on you as a member. Now, most of you here are suppliers, but also you are members of the fund. You stay with the fund. So we try to focus on members. Integrity, and we've defined it, truthful in our actions, responsible for our actions. We are truthful and responsible for the things that we do. That's integrity for us. Imagine where we had places where
People try to claim credit for what they've not done. That's not integrity. Creativity, doing more, doing better with what we have. By the way, this should help you. Doing more, doing better with what you have. Don't ask for more than what you need, but you can deliver that. And then lastly, collaborations, different skills, one body, one purpose. Different skills, we come from different backgrounds to deliver this so that we can actually have that. So what we want to do is basically to build the future on strategic choices. We want to grow exponentially. I just told you what we're going to do. Pension coverage beyond the traditional formal sector. Later on, you'll hear from Penny Nash, as I saw her here, telling you how we are getting to the informal sector, the border borders, the market vendors, the farmers, to help them save with the fund. Because saving is not just, it's not just for you who has a job. Every Ugandan needs to save for that purpose. Our investment basically becomes diversified. So you're going to see us doing a lot of things. We're already committed to investing in the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. You're going to see us doing more of that, power line, doing those things because we diversify where we put your money and invest. And then, of course, member-centering services, that whatever we do, allow you to do. Whether it's technology, the fact that you can register, you can claim your benefit from the confines of your room, of your bedroom, is a service that we offer that we want to do in that case. Basically, what it does is for us, it helps us now that our vision becomes our strategy. And our strategy requires different kinds of partnerships. So now suddenly, there are things we have to do. And this is where you come in. Scale. Scale is an interesting word. You can scale in quantity. You can scale in quality. Let me give you an example. There's a young man who had an app. He had designed this app. And the app was it was quite good because the app was one where instead of you becoming an accountant, in fact, it was called Mikono. His name is Oboth, not the speaker. Instead of becoming an accountant, the app was designed in such a way that if you're a shopkeeper, the day you buy your stock of sugar, salt, whatever, you just key in, we bought this amount of sugar, I bought it at this price. Then each time you sell the sugar, you just key it, I sold 1 kilogram, 10 kilogram, whatever, the whole day. You just keep track of that. And as you do that, in the back end, it does the accounting for you. So at the end of each hour, minute, week, you can basically go and print out a balance sheet, you can print out an income statement, you can print out, so you know how your business is doing. He even designed where now it can do projection for you that, hey, by the way, you've sold so much sugar. Suppose you increase the price, what would happen? And it was built where you increase the price, the amount you sell would go down. But then you can determine whether you are still profitable in that case. Scaling. Innovation. Now supplier capability, that's where you come. Responsiveness in terms of what we do. All these things become how we deliver our strategy. So what are the partnerships we can do? One of the things we know is we are part of Uganda. We can't deliver value in isolation. And no institution thrives alone, however big you may be. NSF cannot thrive alone. We need partners. And basically, trusted suppliers, partners, service providers. We are not good at everything. This company that puts up this, Fenon, I don't know, is Fenon here? Fenon back there. They've just, what Fenon does with the staging on the different platforms you go, people get amazed that this is a Ugandan company doing this. That you can have this type of imagery done by Ugandans, specialize in this thing, and makes a difference in terms of when you're doing your presentations or when you've invited visitors. We hosted an All Africa Pension Fund, which was in Munyonyo, and those guys were blown away. They were just blown away that in Uganda you could go to a stage and it has been designed, put together well by Ugandans. We can't do it alone. Nobody in NSF has the skill set to do it like Fenon does when it comes to setting up these things. And it's important that we have the things. So that's why we need to partner with you. You may know things we don't have. You may know vendors we don't know. The point of it is we can't deliver value in isolation of you. So every supplier relationship strengthens or weakens the member experience. And that's basically, so you become an extension for us, how I deliver that wonderful experience to a member. And this basically will tell you all the things that we need, whether it's partners who are regulators, consultants, support services, digital payments, SMEs, real estate, insurance provider, whatever it is all going to be there. I'll tell you a little bit about the SME so that you can give. One of the things we're going to roll out, how many of you heard of the High Innovator program? Yes. How many participated in it? It's coming back. I think from July 1 to be here for the next 5 years, up to 2030. So this time it is really going to be better. We call it High Innovator 2.0. Not only will we invest in you by giving you the seed money, but as you grow, you can tap into more money and you work your way all the way up until you're able to become a big company as you want to do that. Grown by us. In fact, it has attracted a lot of attention because globally, very few companies are trying to do what we're doing. We funded 438 startups up until the June 2035. 30,000 jobs created. They've saved over 4 billion shillings. So we know it works. And we're extending that program so that please, if you have a business, and get your house in order so you can participate in that program and actually be able to get some of the monies you need to grow your business. So, you as suppliers, what are we looking for? Innovation, continuity, service quality. As Ben was talking about, who has been a supplier for over 10 years, somebody put up there, continue service quality. And what makes you continue for 10 years? The quality you give us and the ability to innovate. And then, of course, faster, simpler, and more dependable services as we do that. Our strategy basically demands the following. One of the things we are not going to play around with is we have to grow and grow exponentially. It is in our heartbeat to do. NSF is no longer going to stand on the side of the business and wait for the economy to create jobs. That's why we created High Innovator. We will help create those jobs by investing in early startup companies as they grow. They hire more people. As they hire more people, those will become our members. So we are very selfish about it. So you can shoot, but I say, we'll grow our own people. We created a company called NAMCO. We're rolling it out next year, most likely in July 1. For farmers, intervening for the farmers, that if I want the farmer to save with NSSF, the farmer is going to ask me, what value are you bringing to me that I should save with you? But we're intervening with the farmer because the biggest pain point for farmers in Uganda today is they grow and there's nobody who they can sell to. Is that true? So we're negotiating, right now we're negotiating the markets. We've already nailed the one big market. We don't even know whether we'll be able to supply it. But when we announce and say, okay, guys, we have a market for soybean, who wants to plant? This is the tentative pricing. You know up front. And you can then make a decision, I will participate or not. But at least this time you can put fertilizers in your garden, knowing that instead of getting 500 kgs on an acre, you can get 2,000 kilograms on an acre, and all of it will be bought. And when that happens, now that farmer is happy to save a bit of that money with the fund. What we mean by that, we have to grow exponentially. Of course, we talked about investment, alternative investment that we're dealing with. You will see us a little bit getting into affordable housing, but that one we've told the government we can only get into affordable housing with you. Let me give you an example. If you're a developer, you can't buy land, pay taxes, put a road, put water, put power, build a house, and deliver an affordable house. You can't. Okay? And affordability, interestingly enough, according to the World Bank, a house that's considered affordable for middle class should not cost more than 50 million shillings. So you can't do all those three, all those 5 things and deliver affordable housing. So what we told the government, okay, government, why don't you do this? Yeah? Find us some land. Waive the taxes, that's 18%. Put in power, then we'll build, and suddenly we can deliver a house that's under 50 million shillings when we do it together. So that conversation is going on, and we hope it will come through. And of course, we talk about member centricity, where there's faster systems, making it more agile to work with us. The thing is, we want to make it as painless to you as you need for you to work with us. When you look at doing the registration now and say, please, we need your NIN. We need upfront to be able to register. When you register for other voluntary, we need your NIN. The reason why we need your NIN is, first of all, NINs are a requirement of the law today. Number 2, the NIN is never going to change. It has the same information that NIRA has. And now when we put your name, I don't have to take your picture up front. I don't have to take your thumbprint up front. I just put your name and I can download all the information you gave NIRA. Now it's on NSSF. So the day you come and make a claim, you can make a claim from your bedroom. And we'll ping NIRA and say, yes, that's Patrick. Ping the telecom, say, yeah, that phone number is registered to Patrick. Ping your bank account, yes, that bank account belongs to Patrick. We can pay you in 3 minutes. So the pain we take now to do it is to allow us to give you more agility in the services that we offer. So as we begin to look at these things, as we said, the future we are looking towards is bigger than the fund alone. It will require stronger partnerships with our suppliers, stronger enterprises, strong execution capabilities, and shared commitment to national transformation. When our ecosystem grows, Uganda grows. And when you grow, we grow, and the country grows. On that note, thank you very much. Ben, over to you. Lastly, okay, these are the opportunities. I'm not even going to mention them, okay? These are the opportunities you are looking at. By the way, you see those vehicles, motor vehicles, 2.3 billion, none of them is a Rolls Royce. So. But the point of it is, and when we look at those numbers, some places we need, we need maybe 10 chairs, but collectively, those are the amounts. And Dan will go through them, and you see the opportunities that are there as you want to do that. Thank you.
Another big hand clap for MD. Thank you very much, Patrick. Want to say a big thank you also to our online audience welcoming you, following us on YouTube and on X and on any other platform. I've just been looking at the online feed, and I know there's a lot more of you online than here at the Kampala Sheraton Hotel. I also saw some interesting questions. Just to clarify, we are not announcing the interest today, okay? No, I saw someone ask that. We do that in September. I know that because September is my birth month, so usually mid to end September is when you will know what your interest is, not today. However, what you will get today if you're joining us online is to learn about the opportunities that there are for you to become an NSSF supplier. And in the room with us at the Kampala Sheraton Hotel is some of the people who are already benefiting, including myself, from being an NSSF supplier. So if you can, do share that link with someone who you know might want a business to come and supply NSSF. As Patrick has said, even if you're a one-man or two-man business, there are opportunities for you if you do the right things. Speaking of, it is now my honor to invite the person who is responsible for making sure that you can get these deals. He's our Chief Procurement and Disposal Officer, and is coming to talk about empowering suppliers for shared growth. Please welcome to our Supplier Forum, Mr. Dan Mugura, as he comes to tell us a little bit about how to empower suppliers for shared growth.
Good morning, all of us. When Ben in the morning required us to thank God for key 3 things that God has done for us, when I was moving around, I had the same question and the same answer. I was thanking God for putting Adan Mugura here in this world on a day, the 22nd of July, the year I won't mention for obvious reasons. I kept thanking God for putting Dan Mugura and for making him whatever he is in this world. And when I cross-checked all of us, that was the question that was cutting across. Thanking God for making you what you are. Many people keep asking Dan Mugura where he comes from and the name. This Danumgra you see here comes from a place deep in the villages of Bushenyi. And people keep wondering, but Danumgra how? The likes of some of us will mention Danumgra as Mugura. And me, I will mention as Danumgra, the guy coming from this area of Uganda. Do we know this guy called Danumgra who used to be a singer? Yes, this is Danumgra, Kadongo Kamu singer, who used to sing with a gentleman called Sewaduka the deceased, but Danumgra is still around. He stays in Utambara. Yes, he still is. And this reminds us that even you guys, when you are putting names to your children, give them the names that are going to sell them. Do we all know what Mugura means? It means buying, and here is the chief buyer for the National Social Security Fund. Be selective. When you are giving your children names, be selective and give them names that will matter and make them what they are. There are some people who call them names. You call your son Chijambia. You call your son Mukajanga. You know Mukajanga? What did he do for all of us who believe in Christianity? The one who killed the martyrs, right? Let's look for the good names. All that by the grace of God. Before you is Dan Mugura, the Chief Procurement and Disposal Officer of the fund. Our conversation today is going to be centered around collaboration, teamwork, partnerships. And this speaks to our theme, powered by diversity and driven by shared growth. Making teams, collaborations, and partnerships work with a central purpose of achieving a certain objective, like our theme requires. About the Supplier Forum. Why do we usually hold the Supplier Forum? This is the 10th one, organized by the fund, and it is pillared and functioned around many areas. To build transparency in public procurement, to build working relationships between us and our suppliers, to ensure that there's fairness in public procurement, and to make sure that we build long-term strategic relationships. Procurement is no longer a situation, it's no longer a transaction. It's a long-term engagement within the ecosystem of procurement to ensure that you stay, monitor, develop the suppliers, because they are no longer suppliers with an adversarial relationship, but with long-term relationships that guide and ensure that we perform our functions, and the suppliers and the bidders. Do we have bidders here? By show of hands? Yes, a big percentage of us are either bidders who have bidders actually with us, or potential bidders that do intend to do business with us. And the reason we hold this supplier forum is that also we build these long-term relationships, rate your performance, simplify the way we conduct business. This is the 10th supplier forum. This slide that looks like a running engine. It's an evolving one right from 2016 when we held the first supplier forum to date. This speaks to an involvement, innovation. We are going to learn and borrow experience, and we have always borrowed the experience from the previous engagements with you guys, with government, with stakeholders, Ministry of Finance, PPDA, to ensure that we improve over time. And this is where we are now, that corner of the 10th Supplier Forum. What are we seeing? We are going to see strategic relationships. My MD Patrick spoke to going into toll roads as part of our investment strategies, and all these are going to be managed in accordance with the governance structures at the fund. We're going to go in energy and power sectors, in the road industry. So we do not want at the end of this discussion, to have failed to get the insights into supplier development and increasing our capacities. The reason we are here, like I indicated in the previous slide, is to talk about how do we improve our capacities. If I start as 1, how do I end up as number 10 in terms of capacity? I will be speaking to other requirements that speak to improving our capacity. What do you do? If I required you to kindly show how many guys, how many suppliers have gone to the Chinese contractors and required to do subcontracting, where you feel you do not have the capacity to do the main contract? Who have formed consortia? If I'm a small A and I know a small B, what have we done the 2 smalls to come up with a big C in order to qualify for a contract in NSSF? So this slide shows the level of involvement and capacity building that has taken place over time for now 10 years. That will lead to a transformational growth that you are speaking to in our theme. Our impact. We've ensured that the supplier, and this is the vendor, the contractor, the consultant that we engage with, is satisfied at 90%. We strive for 100% and even more, but we are now at 90%, and these figures speak for themselves. We have over 1,000 suppliers and vendors. We've heard of our projects in Temangaro, Lubowa. All these are constructed by NSSF. We have our consultants, we have our suppliers and other service providers. In furniture, in all these supplies, we have over 1,000 supply base. And this is by, I think, early this year, it may have even hit a bigger figure than just 1,000. What do we do at the fund? 97% of our contracts are given to locals. This is the opportunity, kindly grab it. We give our contracts, our total budget, 97% is given to the locals. It's a requirement, and even if there wasn't such a requirement, still PPDA requires that we ring-fence certain contracts to the locals. How do we define a local firm? A company that has been here for a period of time and whose directors are local and they are citizens of this country. 97% of our budget is given to our local contractors. Now, this is an interesting slide. There's this interesting gender called ladies. I think we have ladies here, right? By show of hands, because I want to recognize you in a special way. Wow. This gender is very interesting. They are the best financial controllers. However, most of the businesses up to 40% of the businesses in Uganda are owned by women. But when it comes to awarding them contracts, they get up to 2%. And for me, this is not fair. No wonder this is why the law requires that we have special interest groups, youth, women, and disabled. But specifically on women as our best financial controllers. I will tell you something about why I call them the best financial controllers. And Agnes, you carefully listen. Your wife will call you and say, like you are in a meeting like this one. Of course, when you see a message, call me back. It will be call me back. She hasn't called, say, call me back. There's this thing that they activate on phones. Mine, I don't have it, but it says, when they, I think, start dialing, it says, call me back, right? Yeah, call me back. Then you get out and say, is there an emergency? You're like, maybe there's someone who needs to be taken to the hospital. Maybe the child is not feeling fine. When you call, they say, I have an emergency of 200K. You send and return back to the table because you are in a serious meeting like the Supplier Forum. Even after sending that 200K, she will still send you a call back or a message, and you will receive a beep. And you're like, maybe the money didn't go because I was rushing. Maybe the MTN guys, the money delayed to get to the final destination. And you're like, let me call back. When you call back, she tells you, I was beeping you to so that you call me to thank you that I received the money. Out of the 200,000, she has not spent even 1 shilling. Even to thank you when you have sent the 200K. So for me, in my opinion, it makes this gender the best financial controllers. So that's why I think the way we manage our businesses, we should always recognize that this gender are the best financial controllers. And actually, we do promote it at the fund. We have given businesses to special interest groups. I've initiated supply of furniture, computers. So I encourage us, let's form these groups. Let's be on PPDA website. Let's register with PPDA as special interest groups. Even youth, even the PWs, PWDs, the people with disabilities. These are figures that I'm speaking through on expenditure. They speak for themselves, right from 2019 to date. The column on my right is in billions, and this speaks to our procurement budget. Capacity gaps. As we try to partner with procurement and with NSSF, which capacities do we need to fill, and what have we identified? The other slide, which looked like a running car, was speaking through the feedback that we get ever since we made this partnership. Which gaps do we need to fill? Financial capacities. We require, because it's what the procurement requires, that, for example, we have performance guarantees and bid securities. And these are big monies. How do we support you? We have bid securing declarations, and even we have percentages within which we require these performances. So we have already supported on that in asking and requiring for linear requirements. We have also appreciated the fact that bidders do not put a lot of time when they are preparing bids. Our evaluation process is only based on the information provided. Where we may need to require and seek clarifications, yes, we may do, but this is a competitive process. you do not give a chance. Because like in any other procurement process, there's always one successful bidder for a particular requirement. Slow communication and coordination, costing based on guesswork. One time there's a PDU staff, not in the fund, but I think it was from the local government. This bidder calls them and say, which price do I put on this requirement? This guy, I think in good faith, and maybe was like, the budget for this procurement is 96 million Uganda shillings. The guy worked backwards and ensured that the bid that they submitted was 96 million Uganda shillings. But unfortunately, when they submitted the bids, there's a bidder who submitted a lower price, around 92. And this guy put up his hand and said, how would you? But you are the guys who told me about this price, and it's the price that I've quoted. So how come someone is even quoting a lower price, and maybe for this reason I'm not getting the contract? So invest a lot of time in requiring that you beat competition. Our evaluation is not just based on price, but based on technical capacities. And we encourage a lot of innovations. We encourage a lot of innovations. Come out with alternative solutions. Because in any case, at the fund, we believe that there are many ways of solving a problem, a procurement problem. There are many ways of providing a technical solution that would speak to the problem that we have. Be innovative. We shall use your feedback from the proposals that you submit to even improve on ourselves, because we believe that there are many ways of managing a procurement challenge. I will tell you one story, because I'm about to conclude. I studied from, but that school, I think you may. It's a school called Chitunga. Have you heard of Chitunga? It's in Muntiera High School. There, it's called Muntiera High School, where this guy comes from. And I did my A-level in Nimbara High School. So those days, if you are reasonably performing well, when you finish your senior 4 or senior 6, you are retained to teach, because there were no teachers by that time. So I had an opportunity to stay behind. Actually, I had finished senior 4 and was required to teach mathematics in senior 3. And there's this topic on proportions and Benoni, it's about proportions and dimensions, eh? So now one of the challenges we put forward was, the question was, because the chapter was proportions and ratios, that if 15 people can slash, and I'm speaking to innovations and having different solutions for a particular problem, if 15 people can slash a football pitch, an acre, in 4 days, then how many days would it require 30 people to do the same work, to slash the same area? So I had finished my senior 4, and everyone was writing. People were like, yeah, we calculate. Some people in one second, they would multiply and give ratios and give an answer, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I saw there was this guy, actually the last 3 guys, they write essays. It's a simple question. You write essay, you write an essay, you turn the paper. Even when others have submitted, you ask for more paper on such a simple thing, which I thought was simple actually. And they submitted. So I got interested in the last 3 submissions, and I wanted to read them in front of the class. So the first one was, the answer was but 15 people. Why would I want the extra 15 people to do the same work? Can't I put them to do another work maybe, and therefore the 15 people would be enough to finish an acre? It made some sense. Yeah? It's like, is this the only assignment that we must do, slashing the compound? Why don't I put the extra resources? The challenge is solved by the 15, by the additional 15. Must I put them on this challenge? We can deploy them somewhere else. I said, yeah, you have a point. Then the other one was, but for me, if I have a matchbox, can't I burn the whole grass? And this would require only one person. And within a second, I'm done with the assignment. It made some sense. Because the problem is to ensure that the grass is cleared. Aren't we clearing it? Then the third one was like, and I told you from Barara, there is a certain, I was like, but for me, really, the issue is to clear the grass. But at home I own my 150 heads of capital. Suppose I put them on the grass and I solve two problems. I feed my cows and they clear the grass. And I'll be solving two things at the same time. What am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that all the answers are correct. There's no answer that is ever wrong. What matters is the way you look at things. This one will tell you this glass is half empty. Another one will tell you it is half full, but finally you get. So this is the kind of innovation that we encourage in procurement. There's not any single problem that has only one solution to it. Let's be innovative. Benoni, in his closing remarks, our chief of TES, will be speaking to issues to do with innovations and also making his closing remarks in accordance with the presentation that we have made. But I know, being an IT guru, will speak to innovations that we do have at the fund and the opportunities. Guys, the opportunities do not look for you wherever you are. Look for them. Position yourselves. Do joint ventures. Do subcontracting. Today you are a subcontractor, tomorrow you will be a main contractor. And when you require experience, you will submit the documents for which you were a subcontractor, and they will qualify you to be a contractor. Partner with other consultants. Build your capacities. Make sure you have documentation. Do not only wait for an opportunity to bid. For you to be able to submit a responsive bid, keep consistent, be responsive over time. One of the key things that we ask is compliance with the fund, with NSSF requirements. Do not wait to participate in a bid for you to be compliant with NSSF. Be consistent. If you look at the certificate that we do give you, see there is an audit trail, there is an audit exercise that is taking place. So this certificate we give is not a final in its own means. So be consistent, ensure that you comply. Do not only comply with URA because you are bidding at NSSF. Common comprehensive areas, missing or expired legal documents. We have a strong team of lawyers at the fund, and they look through these documents to determine the authenticity. Invalid income, invalid tax compliance certificates, failure to submit mandatory forms, failure to provide bid validity and security dates, lack of relevant experience. Experience, we also appreciate that there's no school that teaches experience. We appreciate this. We've tried to simplify the level of experience that we require at the fund. We make the minimum 3 to 4 years, but even before you get this experience, try to earn it. Try to earn it to the various methodologies that I earlier guided you on. Lack of key personnel, inadequate facilities or equipment. Let's invest in what NSSF does. We've given you our budget. It is always displayed on EGP. This is a public document in the fund. Interest yourself. Do not require that you'll only come to bidding and comply because we've put out a bid. Conduct internal assessments. Procurement and bidding is the only exam where you find questions and answers in the same booklet. Look for the section of requirements and look for a section that requires the documentation that we require. The question is here, the answer is here. Make a checklist of what we require. Examine yourselves and say, this is what I'm required. Tick yourselves against the checklist. Make an award. There's one time we opened a bid and the bidder put in that I have awarded myself because I've passed all. For purposes of ensuring that the checklist is complied with, the requirements are fully complied with, do that and leave the rest to the institutions at the fund. We have a contracts committee, we have the evaluation committee, we have procurement to look through these documents and make a determination. We have an accounting officer who makes a final verdict. We have our legal department who sign our contracts. But for purposes of ensuring that you submit a responsive bid, mark yourselves. Give yourselves marks. Even where we need to give marks and it's not pass or fail, we give the marks, the maximum marks that you can get. Give yourselves, award yourselves. We even put a pass mark. Like I earlier told you, this is the only document where you find you have an exam and the answers that are in the same process. What can you do differently? What do we do as the fund? We have done capacity building like we're doing now to ensure that we get feedback, that we build our capacities, that next time we perform better. Remember, success is only success if you're able to learn from your failures. Learn from your failures and do better next time. We have cases at the fund. A bidder would attest to the fact that I've been participating once, twice, thrice, but I got my contract with NSSF on my 4th attempt. If you had given up and you didn't learn from your failures, how would you have been awarded this contract? We allow subcontracting and formation of joint ventures. A joint venture is an association of 2 or 3 for purposes of enhancing your capacity because you cannot perform or you do not have means to qualify for this contract. But you believe that 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. That's the only formula in a joint venture. And subsequently, when we are evaluating, we do not judge you that you did a joint venture as your previous experience. No, we don't do that. We only get a portion of what you earned under the joint venture and evaluate it. And if you pass, we give you and you qualify as an independent bidder. So it is one of the ways of enhancing your capacity as you are doing public procurement. It's the same explanation under subcontracting. Yes, when you do subcontracting, there's a regular relationship between us, the fund, and the main contractor, not with the subcontractor. But we believe that by doing that many times, the subcontractor gets capacity to allow them perform their roles later. We publish all our procurements on EGP and newspapers and NSF website. These are transparent medium of communication. Yeah. And we have put procurements to branches. We appreciate that at one particular point, if we do not empower the branches, Hoima branch, Lila, Guru, Mbarara, if we do not empower them, and we have a strong supply base in those areas, at one particular point, the contributions will be superseded by the benefits. Because NSSF is not only in workers' house. Actually, the biggest NSSF is in the branches. So we have initiated procurements at branches. You do not have to come to Kampala to do business with us. We have made thresholds. Of course, they are just learning to Kutengenena. They need support. We have made thresholds and we always revised them depending on how this delegated authority is performing. By doing that, we believe that we are building capacity. There's nothing that would stop you from even participating in a branch procurement. Like, there wouldn't be anything that would limit a branch bidder from participating in a procurement at the headquarters. I've spoken to the first one, even the second one, even the third one. Oh, okay. I would like to thank you very much. But before I thank you for listening, I want to instill confidence in you. Procurement at the fund is done while upholding the principles of procurement: transparency, fairness, value for money, and accountability. There's no shortcut. And we are one of the most transparent, actually PPDA would have audited us in a performance audit, but this year we are exempted from the audits. Why? Because we have always performed better in terms of compliance in public procurement. So I want to instill that confidence in you that at the fund, the best takes it. But even the second best has an opportunity to participate in another procurement process. And who knows, and actually it is, that whoever was the second best will this time be the best evaluated bidder. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
I think Dan deserves a slightly bigger hand clap than that. Thank you so much. We will have an opportunity for some questions later on, where Dan, alongside our other speakers this morning, will have an opportunity to answer any questions that you have for both the people in the room, but also those that are joining us online. We still have a few speakers before we get to that point, though, and I wanted to just introduce some of them who are with us today. Mr. David Chiinji Nyimba, who is Head of Sustainable Procurement Secretariat at the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development. Thank you so much for being with us today. Please give him a big hand clap and thank him for being with us. Also, Patrick recognized the presence of Penny Nakabagambe, who is our Chief Enterprise and Growth Officer at NSSF. And she'll be coming talk to you about how, as a supplier, you can also be a saver. For now, though, and then of course they've mentioned Benoni Katende, who is our Chief Technology and Enterprise Solutions Officer at the fund, and he'll be coming to talk to us a little bit more. But for now, I want to invite Mr. Moses Ojambo, who is Director of Performance Monitoring Regional Offices at PPDA, to come. As he does, allow me to tell you a little bit about why he has earned the credits to be able to speak to you today. He's going to be coming to talk to you about our theme, which is powered by diversity and driven by shared growth. And his credentials are that he has almost 20 years of experience in this business. He is well qualified. He has an MBA. He has a bachelor's of degree in logistics management and procurement. He is a chartered procurement officer. He has MCIPS UK. Essentially, anything that you want to study as a procurement officer, he has already done it before. And then now has worked for the government, and then he's monitoring. He has had several positions, including being in Ugulu as a regional officer, as a director of capacity building and advisory, but also now where he is as a director for performance monitoring and regional offices. So he knows everything there is to know about the business that you're talking about today. And so please join me in welcoming Mr. Ojambo as he comes to deliver our keynote for this morning.
I'm privileged to be here with you. As introduced, my name is Moses Ojambo. I serve at the authority in those capacities, as he mentioned, but currently I head the performance monitoring department that takes care of regional offices of PPDA. When the moderator asked how many of you have served the authority, the fund for a period of 1 year, I didn't seem to see any hand. 2 years, I kind of saw one. Then 3, 4, 5, there wasn't. Then 10 and above, there was one. Then I was wondering, who are the others? Are they just potential bidders? Or there's a visibility gap that we're going to talk about today, that we are not seen, and therefore we are not engaged. Given the speeches that have been made, I also realize NSSF maintains the aspect of sustainability. It empowers providers. I was humbled when the MD mentioned that there's this NAMCO thing where you promote agriculture, farmers. Uganda is an agricultural country. I appreciate it, and I'm really humbled that you can go to that extent, which is really very good. Round of applause to the point. Yeah, Dan Mugula mentioned a number of things that I'll kind of reiterate in my presentation, but this is a good thing. There was the first forum, the second forum, the third. I was merely wondering why couldn't I get all those themes that were discussed in the previous 9 years. I was humbled to be invited in the previous forum, except that I wasn't able to come, but at least I had been contacted. Now, it's a great pleasure that I'm here with you, ideally to discuss the relevance of the suppliers in the perspective of public procurement that the authority regulates. So for this morning, I will deliver my address. Maybe capacity building required here. The presentation will go through the outline that has been presented, but allow me to recognize the Managing Director, NSSF, for directing the fund. While I was growing up, I heard people say that other people die when they're claiming for NSSF money. They take ages to get it or never get it at all. But when I hear that in 3 days you can get your money, that is great, that's great. Thank you for leading the fund. My fellow presenters today, I honor you. The distinguished guests, the esteemed suppliers and service providers, you are key stakeholders in this game of public procurement. Colleagues of procurement fraternity, I've been with Mugula for a while, he is historical, and Mr. Kinji He was our mentor when the profession was coming on board. They were the first people who actually trained some of us, including Mugula, I believe. He's quite historical. And ladies and gentlemen who are here today, it's an honor for me to address you at this NSSF Suppliers Forum. For PPDA, following the theme, Powered by Diversity for Shared Growth, the theme is not only aspirational, but it's actually practical. That's what we focus as the authority. Supplier diversity strengthens competition, it expands opportunity to everybody, and makes public procurement a tool for service delivery and therefore economic transformation. Procurement is no longer about acquiring goods, works, and services alone. It's increasingly recognized as a lever for inclusive growth, where public spending supports local enterprise, innovation, job creation, resilience across the country. Diversity requirements of public entities cannot effectively be met by one provider. However big they are, we need many providers on board because our requirements are different, and therefore the capacities of the providers may also be different. Not all of you can bid for a similar job because you have different competences and also specialties, and therefore diversity comes into play. Public procurement needs are broad, they are varied, and public sector specific, making supplier diversity essential. When supplier diversity is deliberately promoted, it expands participation, strengthens competition, supports inclusive economic opportunities, and contributes to shared growth, which ultimately drives the growth of the economy. Looking at diversity in Uganda's procurement framework, the law and best practice provides that we do not only zero on the bigger suppliers because of the diversity requirements. So the PPDA framework provides that we could have international and local providers. That's a platform under which we have diverse suppliers because of our varied needs. Many of our requirements, not all our requirements may be made by the local providers. That's when we borrow the aspect of international providers who are out there also looking for business. In fact, a survey that was carried by authority at one time, they said 99% in terms of the number of contracts is awarded to local providers. But 1% is awarded to international providers. But that 1% is equivalent to 60% of the budget. So where 1% is 60 and 99% is less than 50, then you know there's a problem. Any increase in the number of international providers will take much of the budget. So you have very many small contracts awarded to Ugandans, but the value is actually small, which is a very risky position as far as the economy is concerned. That means you are not self-reliant as a nation. The SMEs, they are drivers of this economy. Research shows that Kenya leads in the region with 54% of its GDP contributed by SMEs in the services sector. Uganda has the highest participation of the informal sector and contributes to 80% of adult employment in this country. Whereas Rwanda, on the other hand, it has a small economy, but it has policies that promote the local enterprise. That means they are willing and ready to bring many providers, many SMEs on board as much as possible because of their policy. That is in the East African region. Tanzania has over 65% of the informal sector, but because of its large population and also the trade that is existent in the region. So, The other issue comes on board, SMEs, and also women, youth, and people with disabilities. Now, if you remember the issues of SMEs, promoting SMEs, and also women enterprises, Mr. Mugula mentioned it, but the authority carried out a survey. It was a research that was carried out and realized that among the participants in the public procurement, women only have 1% of the contracts that are awarded to them, which was very, very risky. That's why we had women organizations like You Will. We have also UN Women coming on board to promote and empower women enterprises so that they can also participate in public procurement. The authority has also took it on from that survey, and a lot is being done in respect to promotion of special interest groups, that's the youth, women, and people with disabilities. Then the other is the regional providers. When we are coming up with guidelines for reservation schemes to promote local content, we had restricted ourselves to national providers, basically, and resident providers, where a national provider is a company that's wholly owned by Ugandans, or more than 50% of the shareholding capacity is by Ugandans. Then the resident ones, resident companies, are those that are incorporated in Uganda and have been in existence in the country for more than 10 years. But through our line ministry, we realized that the president was not interested in only Ugandans. We had to include the East African community. So coming to issues of regional representation is also one of the areas that we look at in terms of supplier, the framework under which we can get suppliers. That's the diversity of suppliers that we actually have to rely on to deliver goods and services in this economy. Supplier diversity. What's the relevance of supplier diversity? There are key areas that we need to not to forget or to factor on when we are looking at supplier diversity and how it drives economic growth. Supplier diversity broadens economic participation. When an entity buys from a wider mix of suppliers, including the SMEs, the local businesses, procurement spend saturates beyond a few firms. This creates jobs, increases household incomes, and supports community-level reinvestment. The economic participation. Everybody becomes happy when there is diversity. Many people get encouraged. Many people come on board. Even the small ones, we are looking at how PPD will support them. It becomes quite interesting that the participation of the providers is encouraged, and then the economic transformation is seen to happen. Supplier diversity also builds resilience. A diverse supplier base brings different skills, ideas, and solutions, while reducing overdependence on one or two major suppliers. You have a fallback position when many providers actually participate in the procurement process. It grows the local market. Supporting SMEs and local suppliers enables them to expand, employ more people, pay taxes, and become stronger participants in the economy. This is further supported by reservation schemes that were introduced by the authority to ensure that specific procurements are reserved for specific categories of people. We had a challenge. At one time, we needed to come out a profile, to profile providers and categorize them as class 1, class 2, and class 3. The survey was initiated by Minister of Works, and the authority participated with the intention of classifying providers, such that a provider in category 3 does not bid for jobs in category 1 because he will not actually succeed. Suppliers in category 2 should not go to category 3 because you are overqualified. So that restriction, that survey was done, but the results came out, but were not actually promoted. And that is something that the authority needs to work with the Minister of Work to ensure that is done, but the profiling was done, but was not completed because of certain hiccups. Supplier diversity improves competition. Wider supplier participation improves competition, price flexibility, and backup options when one provider fails. Many times, where there's competition, you have the best evaluated bidder. And when the best evaluated bidder fails to perform the contract, you get stuck. But innovations have come on board. The law has actually been amended with a number of provisions that can stop you from getting stuck. The law allows that under open competition, if one bidder bids and is successful, yes, you can proceed and award the contract. But in the event the best evaluated bidder does not succeed, that's why at the authority, the new innovations, the new developments is that you must shortlist at least 6 providers, a minimum of 6 providers under request for quotation. Remember, you have a shortlist, you request for quotations, have a shortlist of at least 3 providers under request for quotation, 6 providers under request for quotation, and 3 under micro. Now, in the event that one bidder, the best evaluated bidder, fails to submit a requirement, for example, is a best evaluated bidder, there's a requirement for submitting a performance security, and if they don't, within the required timelines, you have the liberty to cancel that contract and award to the second best evaluated bidder. It's provided for in the law. We have also come up with penalties where you deliberately fail to award the best evaluated bidder. It's an offense. And it's punishable. The law provides for the punishment that is meted upon the entity. Because it was a practice that when the entity didn't want a particular BEB, they would just wait until their bid validity expires. There you have no bid. They cancel that procurement and probably start afresh. We saw that happen in our administrative reviews because by law it's a requirement that you extend your bid validity if the timelines are not friendly, that you find that the procurement process is going to be undertaken, but the timelines, or they are not awarding a contract, the bid must remain valid. Before it was a requirement that the entity will request the bidder to extend their bid validity. But the law was revised, that the bidder at his own initiative can extend his bid validity. You have the powers to extend the validity of your bid when it's about to expire. And it's now given. So the entities that were waiting for the bid to expire, then there's no offer by that time, and therefore don't award the contract. It's now an offense in the first place, and also it deters the participation of providers in one or the other. Supplier diversity promotes social impact. Studies show that inclusion of underrepresented groups, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities, helps reduce inequality, and that women-owned businesses tend to reinvest up to 90% of their income back into families and communities. That shared growth, 90% of the income received by the women enterprises goes back to the family and communities. Unlike 35% of men-owned businesses. The equation is why the women and why the men. Where does their money go? I'm not saying that you should not award contracts to the men-owned businesses, but that is it. That is the survey. 90% of their income. Even then, I have a friend who told me that for him, he does not buy food. He focuses on school fees, transport, rent. So the woman has to hustle and takes care of the domestic needs. Since they are married, that was the principle now. So it's not saying that you leave the responsibility to the women. That is him. But just to share about some families, how they do certain things. Yes, the women incomes, sometimes I'm married, by the way, to a woman. I leave money, and sometimes I find that the money has been misused. Then I say, hey, the 500,000 that was here is not there. Then Madam asked me, where do you think it actually goes? There I keep quiet, I don't ask any more questions. Because it remains within the family. How we are looking at participation of providers. Now, the visibility gap, that's what I was trying to say, that who are you, who are these? Is it a visibility gap that you are not seen, you are not being engaged? Where is the problem? I take charge of audits in the local governments, but you realize that in a procurement process, you receive, on average, of 1.5 to 2 bids, every procurement, irrespective of value. It's a very big problem. We don't know why. I've always recommended that the council should investigate the causes of low bidder participation. But the causes are many. But what is it that cannot be improved upon to ensure that bidders participate? Some of the reasons we are saying that their budgets are low. You see now in government we have donor-funded projects and also GOU. You find that donor-funded projects are highly competitive because of the value. The bidders tend to cost highly, and they are awarded contracts. Whereas GOU, we are limited. We are limited by our budgets. If it comes to local governments, they say now, if you have around 100 million for toilets, they cancel in the budget, because you know each toilet may be cost 30 million, and then you restrict it to particular sub-counties. But the councillors say, no, we can actually construct a toilet at 15 million, and therefore this money should be distributed to different sub-counties. Now, the bidder says, at 15 million, I can't construct a toilet. And therefore, those that bid, they do substandard work, of course. But those who can't, who feel the money is little, will not actually participate. Because some of those providers actually do business with donor-funded projects. They bid for donor-funded projects. So at the end of the day, the bidder participation is actually minimized because of various circumstances. And it's a big problem in the local governments, which you need to address. Sometimes they look at indicative planning figures, and they rely on exactly that. Nothing more, nothing less, because other options may not be available. So sometimes the visibility comes up because there are undisclosed opportunities. In central governments, very minimal, but in local governments, some procurements are not disclosed, and therefore visibility becomes a problem. Some people think it's a mindset change, that to do business with government, you must know someone. So based on that mindset change, they don't even attempt to try. Because you think, unless you know somebody, you know Dan Mugura, you cannot try NSSF unless you know him. I don't know whether it's the case with NSSF. But some bidders have that kind of perception, which may not necessarily be true to some entities, but may be true to other entities. Because all entities are the same. They actually vary. So you find that there's a gap where participation becomes a problem of the provider. Sometimes others give up. They bid and end up giving up. One of the reasons is that you claim to be what you are actually not. Such that you want this project, they say experience. You say, I've worked here, I've worked there, I've worked there. When due diligence is undertaken, they see that you have not actually done work in those places. And therefore the contract is not awarded to you. You are claiming to be what you are actually not. When I was starting a business one time, it became very hard to enter business. All of us are business people by nature, isn't it? Yes, you must be able to sell something. So what are you selling? So it was very difficult for me to get a contract, an LPO. That's what I was actually looking for. How do I get an LPO? That's from government. And that's many people strive for. And others forge, others bid, and they are awarded. They start from there, that point. Others do so many things. At the end of the day, either get or lose out. Others start with the forgery, and they get. But that's not what they're actually promoting. If the entity is not vigilant enough to know that this is a forgery, then it becomes a pass. So to date, it's a bit difficult. Those forgeries, we're actually handling them, and as the authority, we actually suspend providers that actually forge. So how do we close this visibility gap? PDEs, procuring entities, must publish opportunities clearly, early enough, and use standard bidding documents and communicate consistently. Sometimes consistency is not there. You find that the advert is saying something different and the bidding document is saying something different. At the end of the day, what takes precedence? Ideally, it's supposed to be the bidding document because it's the contractual document. That's what you rely on. The advert is just providing information. So what is actually contractual is what is in the bidding document. So when there are conflicting provisions and you find that as a bidder you rely on what was in the advert, they may say the bid security is 2 million in the advert. In the bidding document, it's actually 1 million. So if you are looking for 2 million as per the advert, you may even fail to bid because you can't afford to secure 2 million as a security, as a provider, and that becomes a visibility issue. You actually don't actually attempt. So sometimes that inconsistencies, you must be consistent as an entity to ensure that the communication is done well. Push tenders to suppliers. You know very well sometimes we do not actually buy newspapers as providers because you can't keep buying newspapers every day. Maybe that investment is not worthwhile. But what do? We are also encouraging entities to push tenders to the providers. And this is supposed to be promoted through the EGP system, such that they give you notifications if you are registered on the system, such that you can get knowledge on what is actually happening and either participate or do not participate. So we also encourage, if where the system is not actually there, send emails to providers notifying them of opportunities that are available. That is part of closing the visibility gap. Large PD should add bundle contracts. Many times, bidders do not participate because of the value of the projects that are being advertised. SMEs have a challenge of capital. So where entities want to encourage participation of diverse suppliers, unbundle the projects. Divide the project into lots. If there's a supply, you can say now supply of this to NSSF in Gulu. Now you have decentralized, I believe so. But find a way of unbundling the project or the contract into sizable values that can be competed probably by SMEs, so that you bring more people or more providers on board. The other one is reserve certain procurement categories to the diverse groups of providers. Have the women groups, have the SMEs, have the local providers, the national, and also the resident providers. Establish one-stop center help desk. It may not be for you, but as government, it's very important, even for you, where information can easily be accessed in respect to available tenders. There's a proposal we shared with the OPM where government wants to establish centers countrywide in every district that, and they are proposing that they use the post office infrastructure, such that they set an office there where you find URA SB there, you find URA there, and maybe PPD also has a desk, such that for the business community, you know where to go across the country. This project is still still hatching, but it's likely to come on board. Debrief losers. Sometimes providers do not know why they actually failed in the bidding process. And some entities don't even bother. Even to display notice of best evaluated bidder, they actually don't. Once they get the best evaluated bidder, either they display or not, but they go ahead and award the contract. But there are timelines. The display must be for a period of 10 working days, so the providers can know. But if you're only displaying on your notice board, yet there are diverse suppliers who may not easily access your office all the time, then you are limiting, you are closing out on information. Send emails notifying all providers their position and why they actually failed. Call the providers, debrief them. Telling the provider that lost the contract because your price was 8% higher than the best evaluated bidder. Then they know where the costing happens, and they'll be able to adjust next time they actually bid. Some providers find that during the opening process, they were the lowest at bid opening. Then, before they know it, there's somebody who has been awarded a contract at probably at a higher price than them. And those days at PPDA, when we were handling administrative reviews, they end up coming to the authority. I was the lowest at bid opening, but now they awarded to a provider who is higher than myself. Evaluation does not necessarily mean you award the lowest bidder. It is the lowest, best evaluated bid, considering the requirements, the criteria, and all those that are required to be submitted by the provider. Before, where a bidder submitted a trading license, which is for the old year, for example, this is 2015, 2025, 2026, and submits a bid, trading license of 2024, 2025. Such a bidder would be eliminated onset. But they saw that very competent providers were unfairly eliminated on those grounds. But the law now allows, get back to the provider, let them confirm that that is their trading license. That if they have the one that is valid, let them submit. And you allow it, they submit even if it is, so long as it was acquired prior to the bid closing. That means it was valid at that point. So many of us, suppliers, you find that you pick documents that you photocopied and they remain, then you assemble a bid, not considering some documents are expired for that matter. You may have a trading license on the wall displayed, but you're using one which was the last financial year and therefore not valid. But now it's saying that you get back to the entity and seek clarification on that document that is historical, that may not be valid for that matter. Then, know your firm's limits and capability. Stop misrepresenting information. Because at the end of the day, there's provider burnout when such situations happen. Then form joint ventures. This I'm going to explain. Form joint ventures. You partner with people who are better than you or who can support you. You may have different competencies, but you have the same goal. Therefore, come together in a joint venture and therefore build synergy. The synergy two are better than one. Then together you build capacity. You may have a joint venture. Many times you have Ugandans, they have joint ventures with foreign firms, such that they benefit from the expertise of the foreign firm and implement projects. But we have scenarios where that has happened, then the contract is left for the domestic provider and begin struggling with the contract. We had procurements under USMID in Bushenyi and about 2 areas where a firm that was in joint venture with an international firm failed to deliver on time and on quality. And it was a very big issue. So when you are having a joint venture, make use of the joint venture. Don't say that this one is just helping you to win the bid and therefore there you go. You may not implement the project for that matter. Have that synergy and make sure that it actually happens. Procurement as a lever for national development. You may be aware that 60% of our budget is allocated to procurement. Looking at a budget for last financial year of 73 trillion, what is 60% of that budget? You do the mathematics and just know that that is for public procurement. Then how do you partake of that provision? That's why supplier diversity is important, that everybody takes part of the process, takes part of the cake, and therefore there will be shared growth and therefore economic transformation. This is unlike OECD countries, which are developed countries, which have a procurement budget of about 29%, less than actually 30%, allocated procurement budget. Us, we have 60%, which is a plus. So therefore the opportunities are there. it's upon us to position ourselves to ensure that we partake of the existing opportunities. In this aspect, what's the role of PPDA? PPDA has come into play to promote local content through reservation schemes and reservation for special interest groups, where 15% of the budget is allocated to special interest groups. In a budget of 73 trillion, 15% is like 10 trillion. Now look at special interest groups, the women, the youth, and people with disabilities, benefiting from the 10 trillion of the national budget. Look at the trickle-down effect if that actually happens appropriately. Now it's between you and me to see how we can position ourselves to benefit from that 15% of the budget. Maybe you are not special interest groups, that could be another issue. But we also have reservations where 30%, let me look at this slide here, where we have different categories. The nature of the provider, we have national providers. For roadworks, above 15 billion and below, these are awarded to national providers. For other works, other than roadworks, that is building construction, of 10 billion and below, they're also awarded to national providers. Then consultant services for design and supervision, of 5 billion and below, we realize that these ones can also be done by national providers. When the discussion came on board with the consultants, they saw that they could actually meet within that, participate within that threshold. Then local manufactured supplies of 1 billion and below should be awarded to the national providers. Then roadworks above 15 billion and less than 45 billion awarded to either resident or providers in the East African community. That notwithstanding, even the national providers can participate. Then other works, that's for buildings, between above 10 and less than 15 billion are also earmarked for resident and providers in the East African community. Then also local manufactured supplies above 1 billion, less than 3 billion are also awarded to the resident and East African community providers. These are reservations that the authority as the regulator has come up with. Then, where there are excesses, for example, other works above 15 billion, okay? These may be awarded to foreign firms or international providers. But 30% of that value, it should be done through subcontracting the local firms. And where the national, the resident, and East African community providers are not categorized in here, for all other works, supplies, and services, 30% is through subcontracting. Other than that, what has PPDA done? We have tried to simplify and make business cheaper. For under local content, we have reduced the bidding fees for special interest groups. You are not supposed to buy a bid under special interest groups. We are now coming up with a bidding document, but I'm not sure whether it has been published already, for the special interest groups, a simplified one. And you are not supposed to submit a bid security, but a bid securing declaration. Even for other works, other supplies that are awarded to national providers or resident providers under restricted bidding and request for quotation, we've simplified and said you don't pay some request for bid security, but ask for bids securing declaration. Other than performance security, you submit a performance securing declaration. Under open bidding, yes, bid security guaranteed. But where the bid security expires, renewal must be in the form of a bid securing declaration. That is reducing the cost of doing business. But remember, whatever costs that you meet in the bidding process are transferred to the entities. So when we reduce the cost of doing business, then we create efficiency and increase on participation of the different providers. We have also accepted practicing certificate for professionals that are regulated, the lawyers, the surveyors. Those ones that are regulated, you do not require a trading license. But however, the practicing certificate replaces the trading license for that matter, because your profession is regulated. The authority has made that simple. Then also, introduction of the EGP, that we see it rolled out 36 entities. And of course, we are hoping the next financial year shall roll up to over 100, all entities, by the way, on the system. From planning module, initiation, it may not go through the whole end-to-end procurement, but at a certain point we shall have the EGP implemented across board. We have also developed regulations and guidelines that promote fairness and transparency in the procurement process. We have reviewed recently, revised bid, 14 of them were disseminated, which provides for sustainability issues and some areas that we are creating an encumbrance for the participation of the providers. Capacity building, we actually do capacity building. I just want to appreciate this is part of our function. Capacity building, build the capacity of the providers and the technical people in the PDEs, but NSSF has done it for us. I want to thank you so much for this. Then we also do conduct procurement audits, okay? Procurement audits. Some of you have benefited, could have benefited from our audits, because where there are anomalies, we make recommendations for the suspension of providers, disciplinary action for those that are involved in the malpractice. Under Section 10 of the PPD Act, we have that kind of mandate. And also, it also goes to the PDEs. We can transfer the function of PDE to another entity where there's incompetence, and I know this cannot happen for NSSF. Then we want to look at suppliers as strategic partners in service delivery. Suppliers are contributors to national development, for that matter. UBOS carried out a survey in 2023-24 and indicated that the private sector employs 1,701 workers in the private sector compared to the public sector, which only employs 503. Some of us are privileged to be employed by the public sector, but 1,700 of the people, adult population, are employed by the private sector. So this leads to national development in the way that since you consider the majority, then employment is widened. Government employment is restricted because government rarely expands. Where expansion is done cannot be relative to the private sector. That's why supplier diversity is important in this respect. This has a very high triple effect in terms of shared growth and national development. And in addition, 43% of the national budget is financed through domestic revenue. 45% of the national budget is financed through domestic revenue. And over 90% of domestic revenue comes from taxes. And who are the taxpayers? It's you. 90% of domestic revenue comes from taxes. Government has tried to do business, but sometimes it's difficult to know whether it is making profit or not. But the private sector are business-oriented. You do all that it takes to bring the cake back home, and that makes a lot of sense to the family and the communities around you. So since the private sector is the largest employer, then it is imperative that over 50% of the tax base is from the private sector. So when we increase on supplier diversity, we are also increasing on the tax base upon which government gets the revenue, and therefore you benefit, government benefits, and therefore the growth that we are actually looking at. Suppliers partners, they are also enablers of service delivery through provision of goods, works, and services, because we cannot get our goods and services without you. And without you, we cannot operate. That's why you are key partners in this. And the MD mentioned this very well, except that he says that the providers, the suppliers, and the partners. I was wondering, where is PPDA? Then I came to that we are among the partners. We are among the partners. So that is how service delivery may be enhanced. Then drivers, the private sector drivers to innovation. It is the business of the private sector to stand out in the competitive environment, and therefore they come up with new ideas, innovations, and the public sector is there to benefit. However, this role comes with responsibility such as adherence to procurement laws and ethical standards in order to do business with government. Yes, you must meet the requirements. These requirements have been set and they are communicated in the BD document. And like Mr. Mugula was mentioning, that you can examine yourself and even award marks to yourself, looking at the criteria and what you actually have. At the end of the day, you can know this is a dead deal or I have a deal here. Many times you say that I have a deal here, but now the price, you don't know how much your competitor has actually quoted. So you remain there in balance until the communication is done to you. So the importance of communication is really very critical. Let the bidders know how they have performed. They will have a peace of mind and they will strive to do better. You must deliver quality goods, works, and services. Many entities get glued to providers that deliver quality goods. And they don't want to know. Sometimes that's why direct procurement actually happens, because they know this person, this provider has not disappointed us in any way. Now the question is, have we tried the others? And there are new entrants on the market. That's why competition is actually preferred. And we really question. That's why that provision that you must shortlist at least 6 providers, so that you have a variety, you have diversity, such that you don't rely on a single provider that provides quality. Test them. If you realize that these ones are not performing to expectations, then appraise them and make sure they do not enter the market anymore. Because it becomes a requirement in the bidding process, you must have satisfactory performance. If you don't have evidence of unsatisfactory performance, there's no way you can actually eliminate a provider, but unless it is a requirement, okay? Because they continue bidding. So the quality should be at the gate to ensure that you become a preferred supplier, such that they do not leave you out. An entity may leave you out even if you're on the pre-qualified list because they have tested and seen that you're not doing well. So to win the game, this is what you need to do, and timely execution of contracts. I was surprised one time, a bidder had been awarded under Uganda Railways Corporation to do certain contract. The bidder signed the contract and kept quiet. They reminded the provider, called him, gave him timelines, and he never responded. The entity canceled the contract and started a new process, and they recommended the bid after suspension by the authority. And this bidder comes. I remember I was chairing the committee. They are saying for them they are sorry. When they went to the market, they found that the product, they could not actually, they didn't have enough money to implement the project. That was their reason. Then I told them, asked them, if you kept quiet, did you see this coming that you would be blacklisted? For them, they don't know. They knew the entity will cater for itself. Just know, they just kept quiet. Please, if you've been awarded the contract and you cannot, don't even sign if you know you cannot actually deliver. And if you do, you've signed the contract, please let the entity know. You have delayed the entity in service delivery. You have caused yourself trouble because the entity cannot have you again on board. So communicate early enough so that the entity can take the next step. And in return, we also expect transparency. Like Mugula was saying, that for them, NSSF, they are transparent, timeliness in payment, and fair evaluation process. Payment is an issue with the government. And it is a very big problem, and some providers have run out of business due to delayed payment. If NSF is doing well, please make sure you sustain the requirements under NSSF. Some government agencies have that challenge, especially local governments. Delayed payment has been a very big issue, still an issue with the procurement process, which we don't actually condone. The authority has come in and said, you must pay within 30 working days. This is legislated. But entities don't seem to see that. However, the delays may be also occasioned by the provider themselves. Because you've gotten need payment, there's no certificate that has actually been issued, then how do they pay you? Also build capacity so that you can also perform as expected. Not getting advance payment, then you disappear, you don't invest in the project that has been awarded to you. However, there are challenges in this. There's limited access to financing for SMEs. I told you we had a discussion with Minister of Finance, came up with a proposal. Much as we're promoting SMEs, there's a challenge of financing. Can the government put aside between 10 and 30 million that can be given to the SMEs, the women, youth, and people with disabilities, so that they can access this money, implement the project, and within 60 to 180 days, you should be able to pay back. This is under discussion. Probably it will come through by something that we are trying to do to ensure that there's access to financing. Capacity gaps in meeting procurement requirements could be a challenge. The providers themselves, that means be yourself, build capacity, and stay in your lane. Many of us want to do so many things. At the end of the day, we master in nothing. Furniture, you are there. Stationery, you are there. Construction, you are there. Then who are you? There's also an issue of information asymmetry regarding opportunities, and those are some of the challenges that could look at. There could be more. Then how do we leverage technology? This one has been done. Then leveraging technology, EGP, as I was explaining, we have rolled out in 36 entities. These ones are on end-to-end. This should have been done, but there were challenges with the system. The system has been revamped, and we are thinking that come next financial year, we shall be on board. Some of the benefits of that is suppliers can access opportunities regardless of location. That's why I'm saying that the system can easily send messages to you. So long as you're pre-qualified under a particular category, once an opportunity exists in Ministry of Finance, in Ministry of Works, in NSSF, wherever it is, so long as you're in the system, you will get notifications. Whether in Tororo, in Padel, you will get notifications. And that you know when to participate and when not to participate. Through technology, processes become more transparent and efficient, and barriers to entry are reduced. Reduced costs of doing business, bidding costs are reduced, wider access and inclusion of different providers, because SMEs are there, national, resident, and open and international providers also do participate in the same process. That's when supplier diversity also comes into play. In conclusion, it's also important that bidders probably build a compliance folder. Know what is required by the entities. What is it that can make you be competitive and current? You have the trading license. Pay for it as and when it is due. You have the registration that was done at once. Then there's the income tax clearance. Pay your taxes, such that when you apply to area for tax clearance, you automatically get your clearance. Those are some of the things that we expect bidders to do. Have a compliance folder and update it regularly. Key personnel, all these should be in your folder, and know whenever there's an opportunity to bid, you have the documentation ready to participate. In conclusion, to fully realize the vision that we actually have, powered by diversity for shared growth, the ministers are saying that their vision is their strategy. We must collectively commit to inclusive procurement practices across all PDEs. This should be done by ring-fencing reserved opportunities and incorporating them in the annual procurement plan, strengthening supplier development programs, promoting ethical conduct and integrity, and providers should build a compliance folder, that's the trading license registration that I've explained, also form joint ventures. Enhancing collaboration between PPDA is an issue. The PDEs and the suppliers could build that kind of synergy that will drive the economy, increase growth, participation, and therefore economic transformation. Let us ensure that diversity is embedded not just in policy, but in practice. Let us build a procurement ecosystem in Uganda that is purely powered by diversity and delivering shared growth for all. Thank you so much for listening.
Another big hand clap for Mr. Ojambo. I was supposed to have tried to rush you, but I didn't want to because I was learning, we were all learning, so thank you so much. Allow me to then very quickly invite our next speaker. You've already heard him introduced by Mr. Ojambo as being a mentor for all the people who are in the procurement space. Mr. Mugura has already talked about how incredible Mr. Chinji is. If you would please come and talk us through some very exciting things based on what we have heard so far. Please welcome him as he comes.
Thank you, moderator. The ED, he has moved out? Okay, I know he's around. The ED, the organizers of this forum, suppliers, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my pleasure to be here. I know you've had a lot, but let me ask you to stand up. Otherwise, it's not sustainable to sit for a number of hours. You can just move around your table and come back to your, just move around your table and come back to where you, just move around your table and go back to your position. Because it may not be sustainable to overseat. It may not be sustainable to overseat. Okay? Okay. Some people may be saying, hey, why do you make us move? But just Google and see what's the dangers of oversitting. You will know what it means if you overseat. Most of us are getting challenges because of, so members, you can sit again. Go back to your chairs. My name is, sorry. Oosh. Am I pushing the wrong button? IT? It's not moving. Can you help me? My job here is going to, my names have already been mentioned. I'm called Chinji David. I work with the Ministry of Finance. I'm a retired commissioner. I was the commissioner in charge of procurement. I retired, but I got an offer to start and head a new section called Sustainable Public Procurement Secretariat. There are reforms, a number of reforms going on in the ministry, and one of them is sustainable public procurement. And basically, I'm going to take you through what this reform all about. And a lot of what I was going to talk about has been mentioned, so I'll make sure I don't bore you. I'll jump some of the slides because we've already tackled some of these issues we're supposed to look at. IT, the thing isn't moving. IT. Huh? Oh, so they are trying to do something there. So members, as I've mentioned, there are a number of reforms that the ministry's, government of Uganda is undertaking. And one of them in the Ministry of Finance is introducing sustainability in our procurement process. I know some of you have already met, we've heard about this, and a lot is being done. As you are aware, Minister of Finance is in charge of the procurement function in this country. And normally we have a, right away from the, sorry. Also, okay, the presentation was, I'm going to look at the relevance of sustainable procurement in driving shared growth. But as I've mentioned, a lot has already been mentioned, so I will not be really repeating what has been mentioned. And as I've said, I work with the Minister of Finance. This is a new reform. A new reform, it's a new reform, but the activities are not new. Actually, most of the activities that are being mentioned here are all about sustainability. As far as our theme is concerned, we are here to just see how this shared growth can be driven by diversity. But all I want to talk about is this morning is just to show you how this sustainability fits into how this sustainability reforms fits into what we are going to discuss the whole of this day. The purpose of this presentation is basically to illustrate how sustainability practices can transform the procurement function from an administrative function into a strategic tool for social and economic growth. Because most of us, when we talk of procurement, it's all about buying and selling, buying and selling. What is the cheapest? What is this? Who has given us the lowest price? But we are saying that we need to look at procurement at a different perspective. This function has always been looked at as a center of corruption, but we think that much as there are some bad tomatoes within our people, but the function itself can be used for as a strategic tool for social and economic growth. And that's why I want to thank the NSSF team. That's why they're looking at it as that's why they're looking at supplier diversity, how it can really push growth. So the second reason is basically to equip our suppliers, the NSSF suppliers, because I know you're not only NSSF suppliers, you suppliers other entities. So when we get a chance of NSSF calling you, because my secretary may not have the resources to call you here, so we have to come and talk to you about this, so that you really know the tools and implications of these reforms, and how they are going to affect you. These reforms, how are they likely to affect you? Because if you don't do anything, you're going to have a challenge. If you don't change, you're going to have a challenge. So as far as the introduction is concerned, globally, what I can say that use of public sector procurement as a public policy tool, we are now looking at procurement from a different perspective. We want to look at procurement as a tool to do a number of other things, not only business of buying. Some of you may be wondering, why do you have glass bottles on their tables? Why are you having glass bottles and not plastic bottles? These are reforms going on globally. It's not by accident that Sheraton has glass bottles. No, these are sustainability reforms. These are sustainability reforms going on globally. It's not by accident that there's a glass bottle there. Yeah? It's not by, someone may say, why are these guys bringing this old-fashioned one? No, it's not by accident. But if you look at where is this reform coming from? This reform is coming from very far. But what I can say is that as far as 1992, globally people realized that procurement can be used for many things, socially, environmental, economical, and so forth. It can be used as a vehicle for addressing global challenges that I know none of you hasn't really felt the impact of climate change. These days when it's hot, it's too hot, isn't it? When it rains, it overrains, and we start suffering. The roads get blocked. But these are results of our unsustainable practices. Unsustainable practices. And we are saying that, by the way, we can use procurement. And we are saying that these things are not new. You've already been doing them. But I'm just trying to tell you why we are now more focused. Why are we so much interested in these areas? So a lot has been done since 1992. But what I always tell people that, by the way, it was God who thought about sustainability when he was creating this earth. Those of you who read the Bible. But I don't know what the Quran says, but I know there is also God in Quran. Allah, isn't it? But I know when he was creating the first human being, he realized that that human being couldn't stay what? Alone. And he had to look for what? A partner, so that they can sustain. If it was one person, they wouldn't have been sustainability. To sustain this world, he had to create two what? Even when remember the Noah's Ark, they had to look for two what? To sustain, to continue. You are all having business because of sustainability. The moment it fails to make profit, it will not be there, isn't it? So you have to sustain it. So likewise, whatever we do in this world, if we don't think of the tomorrow, we shall not be there. You may say, but why should I be concerned about sustainability? Yes, there's a lot. You need to be concerned. I remember one time we had, I was listening to the news, and there was an investor in Parliament who was saying, Ugandans should stop eating fish. I said, how can this Indian tell us to stop eating fish? It was an Indian, I'm sorry, if there's an Indian here, it's not my bad. But I was just, it was, how can a foreigner tell us what? But it was after some time that I realized that, by the way, there was a problem on the Lake Victoria and many lakes in this country. There was overfishing. People had even reached the extent of using poison. I don't know if they heard about that. They had started using poison to kill fish. You know, these guys who are on the lakes, they don't go, they just go and pick. They know they always find the fish. Now, when the fish got, when the stock started dwindling, they started pouring poison. And you can imagine what was going on. We are eating poison fish. So, as a layman, I thought this man was insulting us. But really, he had a point. We are just overfishing, not caring about what we pick. But at one point, that fish would have got finished. Until the president had to step in to put soldiers. I know the soldiers didn't do a good job. They did a good job to stop them, but they also had some challenges. But the aim, after some time, the stock started what? Picking up. Otherwise, they were using cocota and everything. So what I'm saying that this sustainability is, we know about it. If it comes to definition, the traditional Bible, the dictionary definition, it's basically the ability to maintain or support a process. The moment you want to support a process, to maintain it over time, then you are looking of sustainability. That's why I say that even your business, you want your business to remain there. If it's not making loss, you start looking at how to cut costs, isn't it? As somebody said, if you find the tender you cannot manage to bid within 19 million, why do you put in that business, that tender? If you attempt, you'll be eating yourself if you cannot, isn't it? So it will not be sustainable. But the UN people came up and said, but by the way, in order to bring this sustainability in your sustainable development line, sustainable development as far as countries are concerned, leaving the supplier level to the country level, it's meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So as whatever we do, let's think of tomorrow. Let's not just think of today. That's why we're also saying that as we buy things from you, we shouldn't only look at who has the lowest price. Because we've also realized that the reality is that cheapest is not the best. Cheapest is not necessarily what? The best. You ask my daughters and sisters here, they will tell you when it comes to shoes. That's the best example. But even the men these days, there are many fake shoes. You buy it at 50,000, after 2 days or 1 day, the sole gets off. And you are trying to avoid a shoe of 200,000. But this one, you may buy 5 pairs of what? 50, and they last for 1 month. The other one was spent 300,000, it takes it for 6 months. So who has bought cheaper? Is it you who has bought the 6 pairs at 50,000, or the other one was bought one at what? That's all about sustainability. And those are the concepts we are trying to introduce in procurement itself, in the buying, what we are buying. Sustainability as a concept stands on 4 pillars. And most people really, when we talk of sustainability, we only think of one of them is environment. Environment, why the environment? Because I think that's where this is where we normally feel it. The economic, yes, the economic comes in, the social, but the environment. Then we have the social, that's why we talk of the suppliers at diversity, the economic, socio-economic, and then the governance pillar. But what we are saying when it comes to procurement, we want to make sure that our decisions, the decisions we take, are part of those pillars. So in short, what I can say is sustainable procurement is all about using this function to support the wider social aspects. Those social aspects we have been talking about supplier diversity, to incorporate economic, environmental, and ethical objectives in a way that offers long-term benefits, not short-term, not short-term, not short-term. And that's when we cannot actually realize real value for money. Without incorporating these concepts, we realize that actually we are deceiving ourselves that we are going in for value for money. We are deceiving ourselves. So how can sustainable procurement contribute to shared growth through the social pillar? There are many things which I've already talked about, and I'm not going to repeat them. But I'm only reminding you that actually the government, these policies, these things, all these concept they've been talking about, Mugula talked about, Bwana Ujambo, they come from a number of policy documents. But one of them is the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, which came out in 2019. And this policy is the document owned by government that shows where should government go. How should procurement be managed in this country? So we have a National Public Sector Procurement Policy. We have many policies, but because of time, I've decided to remove some of these slides. Other policies include the BUBU, by Uganda, by what? Build Uganda. So these are some of the policies that are advocating for sustainability. So that's why I'm saying that, by the way, this sustainability is not new, but we are now trying to bring it down, focus it on procurement. The procurement. There are many, as I said, there are many, I'm not going to go into them, but when you look at this document under section 5.3, that's where 5.3 of this policy document, that's where the policy emphasizes that we must start looking at the local, the SMEs, the MSMEs, the special interest groups, and so forth. Because if we don't do that, then we are in problem. To implement the policy, we have also made sure that we have conducive legal framework. The conducive legal framework starts way back from, if you look at section 53, I think this has already been talked about, these issues of promoting reservation schemes and so forth. So from the policy perspective, government is committed. Legal perspective, we're already there. We're already there. And that's why we talked about the women and the special interest groups, which I'm not going to discuss because of time and because they've already been talked about. And even the diverse suppliers, I'm not going to talk about them. But maybe just go back to focus on what are some of these diverse suppliers. I think Mr. Mangura talked about the micro, small, medium enterprises. Because definitely, why? Why are we concerned about this? As he mentioned, they form the backbone. Most of the people are employed in these areas. In these areas. And in NSSF, we say that 93% of the providers are local. If they are local, you know that at least the majority are what? They fall under this category. And they are employing so many people. So they have a critical role to play. So for us, we are saying that let's not forget about them. So sustainable procurement drives shared growth by balancing 3 areas: this people, the planet, and profit. The people are you and me. And when you talk of the sustainability aspects, as I mentioned that there are 4 pillars, the people comes under the social pillar. They come under the what? The social pillar. And the economic, part of the economic. Because without you, without me and you, we can't do anything. We can only widen the tax base if we don't look at what? These people. We need to widen the tax base so that we can have, NSS can have even more potential. As the ED said, more people who can buy NSSF products. Actually, I remember in one of these forums I attended, I was when they had just launched the Smart Life? Flexi? I went back and joined because I knew this was another opportunity. And I'm not regretting why I did what? I became a member. Although I also have the other mandatory category. So really what we are saying that this new reform is all about reminding us, not only NSS, but you the providers, that as we do business globally, things are changing. As we adopt, as NSSF takes on sustainable procurement, you must also change the way how you do business. Because tomorrow, we are not only going to look at the price, we are going to look at how are you impacting the supply chain? What is your contribution to a sustainable supply chain? What I can say is that definitely, the moment you introduce sustainable procurement, you are contributing to market creation. How? Because of what Dan said. I'm not going to repeat some of the things. But all I'm saying that the moment we introduce this concept, we know that you are going to promote people, we are going to create a demand for what we call eco-friendly products. What you see on your table and not a plastic bottle is eco-friendly. Why? You just watch when it rains in Kampala. I think most of you are from Kampala. I don't know what happens by that time, but I know most of the urban centers. Just go out when it has finished raining and look at the channels. What do you see there? Plastic bottles. isn't it? And what does it mean? That you and me, you are part of the problem. That's what it means. You are part of the problem. So we are saying that NSSF, in your workshops, make sure there are no plastic bottles. We are saying that if you're a bigger supplier, and if you want to think of sustainability, why not use these dispensing what? Dispensing bottles. There you are thinking in terms of sustainability. One may say, but what would be my impact? I'm telling you, if you removed 1 million shillings from, one shilling from 1 million, it will never be a million. Move 1 shilling from a million, it will never be what? A million. So that thing, that small impact, you may think it's small, but it has an impact. If we are plastic bottles, how many bottles do they have collected from this room? And how do you know where they end up? Eh? This morning when I was coming, there was a truck, this Kasasro truck, which was ahead of me. But as what was moving, the plastic bottles were what? Open. So much as you may think there are some boys who are going to collect, but the rest, some of them will be still fall the road and end up in the what? Drainage. But the small thing that we may do can really contribute a lot. So as we promote this concept under the social aspect, we want you providers be aware that don't employ children because that is child labor. Well, in Africa, I would exonerate it in agriculture. If I was buying maize, I would not talk about that clause. Why? Because I know in our culture, we farm without what? Children. But if it's in construction, I don't expect you to come with your child to paint. Because that is now what? Child labor. Whereas in agriculture, I can accept it because it's our culture, isn't it? So much as we introduce these concepts, we're also saying that as if you are a provider, think about the working condition of your workers. We have cleaning service providers are here, I believe. Or any other service. How are you managing your workers? Because if you don't handle them properly, the challenges they have may affect the workers of NSSF. That is, if you don't pay them well. They end up doing funny things. NSS may be giving you money, and for you are not paying what? Your workers. So that's why we're talking of that, by the way, sustainability goes to the extent, at one point, you may find a requirement of NSSF asking you, show us your ESHF policy. How do you handle safety and health in your organization? These are things that are coming, and these are some of the impacts of these reforms. We expect you that as we think of sustainability, don't look at it, this sustainability is not only for government of Uganda, we're also advising you. Think of using energy efficiency tools, resources in your organization. Because sustainability advocates for all of us to address the environmental footprint. Remember, whatever you do, it leaves a footprint. As I was giving an example of a plastic bottle. If it's thrown somewhere, there will be an impact. We want to make sure that you also adopt in your organizations energy efficient equipment, tools. Because it's not only government that wants, but we also want to make sure that you are also compliant and they appreciate why we need resource efficiency. Because it also helps you to reduce your costs. We are now advising, we are advising apart from government, but also our suppliers. Why do you still maintain the traditional incandescent bulbs? These fluorescent tubes. Do you really need to use them? Why not an LED? Do you know how much you may save? These are all concepts that can help you to reduce your costs, but in the long run, they help to help us all of us. So this reform is also aimed at contributing to reducing risks in the supply chain. It also helps us to identify risks. The risk may be environmental, social, economic, governance, and so forth. But what are we saying? That the moment we apply this concept, and not only look at the concept, the issue of price, and look beyond the price, then time will help us. As Edie was saying here this morning, some of you could have taken it lightly, that our neighbors are what? Rioting. But here we are not what? Rioting. Because the government made a step. It took a risk. Yeah? A lot of things were mentioned. But Some of us never knew the implication. Now we are seeing the implication. That, by the way, if they had not taken that move, we wouldn't also be having fuel. A month ago, I had a friend who was coming from Ethiopia, and he was telling me cars there we are spending, about a month ago, their cars, the owners of cars, we are spending 2 weeks, 3 weeks in a queue. They leave the car there and give a queue to somebody to move because the queues are too long. And they'll get maybe 30 liters after a week of lining. But Uganda, we are still lucky. What does that mean? That maybe even now high time that if you have the capacity, like now NSSF, let's now start thinking of the eco or hybrid vehicles, EVs. But that doesn't mean that should stop on what? NSSF. If you're a provider and you have a fleet of bikes, why don't you try the EV? Would you be now crying because of fear? I don't think they are crying because of fear. Don't you think so? You can't cry because of fear. These are the sustainability thinking want to put in you, want us to use. If you have the capacity of buying an SUV, they are now hybrid cars. Don't just don't just buy because of the beauty outside. How my... Pardon? There's also electric bicycles. That's what I was talking about, the fleet of electric bikes, bicycles. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. If you have, you can now think of sustainable, by doing all this, you are reducing the risks of failure, reducing of failure in your business, disruption of your business, and the reputation damage to the environment. So it's now imperative. It's no longer a discussion. It's no longer a myth. We now know that supplier diversity is a reality. I'm not going to say a lot because already people have talked about this supplier diversity. Mr. Jambo talked about it, and I don't need to talk anything. We've already discussed this. Because as we said, this concept is also pro-supplier diversity. Because we know that by addressing those minority people, we are contributing to the economies and so forth. Now, let's look at some of the core pillars of empowering this supplier diversity. I will talk about 3. We have the executive buy-in, the inclusive procurement processes, and supplier development mentorship. Because of time, let me just rush through some of these. I'm happy with the NSSF that and other institutions like Bank of Uganda, they are already, the chief executives are already pro. Because without the executive buy-in, you can't do this. And I want to thank, I know he's not here, but I want to really recognize the support of the ED of NSSF. I already see him in our providers forum. Let's give him an applause, although he's not here. Let's recognize. He's already seated here in our supplier forums. That means that he's supporting these policies. They are pro. They are supporting. Without the executive buy-in, these concepts will not work. These SME support will not work. But because of this, so if the bosses are on board, every department will be also on board. Because the moment the ED is supporting, the board is supporting, everybody will have to what? You have no what? You have no excuse. We need to make sure that, as Mr. Jamo mentioned, I'm not going to repeat most of the things because they already mentioned them, that we need to make sure that documentation is also simplified. By the way, some of the customization you don't even need to go to PPD. This somebody knows. Make sure that as you help these SMEs, customize, simplifying. Wherever is what? Wherever the law allows, simplifying, so that we don't do what? The EGP is coming and everything. Simplify and make sure that people really are on board. Let's make sure that there's also a program where, especially for entities like NSSF, put more effort in supporting these local providers. What I've realized, we have a program under SPP where we meet providers of different sectors. But I've realized that the majority, you may find somebody selling toners, and he's selling a toner from HP, but they even don't know whether those toners are sustainable or not. They don't know whether they are genuine or not genuine. For him, he just has a box, and he's selling an HP. Yeah? So we need programs to support these providers, more programs, and I want to thank you for having these forums, but I think we need to add in more to build their capacity. We need to supplement PPD, we need to supplement means of finance, so that they know their rights and they know what must be done. We need to mentor them. where it's possible. That's why now we even talk of really, we talk of our entities like NSSF being incubators of what? Incubators of success. Digital inclusivity is not only on EGP, but even new people. I know you are ahead of us in that area, I think. Most of the suppliers are ahead of us. How can you reduce your cost? By just looking at the digital, using the digital. Reduce the paperwork. With EGP, we are saving you the bulk documents with EGP. But even your own operations, try to manage costs by what? By tapping into the automation industry. I know here you may be, you are definitely above us. The good news is that actually, according to the PPD survey, I think these policies have been successful. And I'm happy to note that even NSSF, the figures they've given us are really good. The 97, you talk about in terms of value and what? In terms of value and number, they are all in 90s. Yeah? So I think that's a very good what? That's very good to know that these policies are being implemented and there's a lot of success. Now, some of the strategies to empowering these diverse suppliers for shared growth include aligning the legal framework, which we've already done, and the policies, creating a knowledge base on products and services, and their impact and their sustainability impacts. We are going to really make sure that government gives this knowledge. But even an institution, a PDE like NSSF, can take an initiative. The law allows you, by the way. You don't have to, because the law, Section 66 empowers you to buy sustainably. So you don't need to wait for PPD, as long as what you're doing is within that what? That section. You will not have made what? So we need to set mandatory minimum product service and standards, and this is being done. We've already shared, come 1st July, some products, toner, paper, their sustainability criteria that you must meet come 1st July. A circular has been already gone out to the entities. We are doing this in a phased manner. We are not going to demand a lot of requirements because we've already done a market research. But for certain products like paper, we are aware that 99% of the paper in the market are compliant. Although those who are selling it don't know. The majority don't know what they are selling. That's the capacity we need to tell them. But the good news is that globally, the paper industry has been compliant in terms of sustainability. The virgin material is very expensive. So they are now using virgin plus recycled. So we also want to make sure that we work with providers to identify and set future minimum requirements, because these people have a lot of information than us. The suppliers have a lot of information than us. That's why now the new law with the provision of innovation is still government has moved a great step forward. Actions, I think these actions have already been made. I'm not going to waste time on them. But among them, we are looking at having simplified manuals for different products. We are coming up with a general manual for SPP, which you also look at, but it may also our practitioners. But we're also working with the development partners to come up with a manual for infrastructure, SPP manual for infrastructure, and the French government actually is supporting us there. We want to establish mechanisms to overcome capability issues among providers, and I think these are things I've been talking about. Government is aware, but I think resources are still a big challenge. Setting and dealing with the priorities, I think this is also an issue that we as the government and NSSF need to do. Capacity building is already going on, and I need to go back to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think because of time, allow me to just cite some of the challenges. The chief procurement officer talked about them, and even Banu Jambo. But some of these things, I think, the capacity gaps have been. But one of the challenges I think we have is the low success for marginalized groups. The low success, most of these companies fail after, the rate at which they are failing is too high, especially the SMEs. I think government needs to come up, we need to come up as government, and entities like you, NSSF, to see how we can support these people. The limited high value contract wins, I think for NSSF, this doesn't affect them. This is not part of their problem. But there are issues of payment delays. I'm a culprit because I work with the Minister of Finance. But I want to apologize that there are some, yes, I know some of our own people, they are doing a disservice. It's not government, by the way, per se. especially wherever you see if you get an IFMS purchase order. Wherever you see an IFMS purchase order, it means money has been put aside. But you have some bad tomatoes who can reverse that money, and they don't pay you. And actually, the PS has recently came out very clear. He has written a circular to accounting officers that come 1st July, the first release in next quarter's budget, that money must be given to domestic areas. Because if government doesn't pay, then you can't survive. We know this problem has reached all corners because many people have suffered. We have a challenge, but it's because of some few bad tomatoes in our system. Because if IFMS was put there just to manage some of those challenges, the moment an electronic purchase order cannot come out without money, that money must be there. So how comes that people are not paid? And that's what government has been trying to find out. So really, I'm not going to finish because of most of these things have already been talked about. So members, I want to stop here, but sorry, I didn't read in conclusion, the integration of SPP reforms in Uganda marks a great shift from a mere administrative compliance to a powerful engine for socio-economic transformation. By intentionally empowering biodiversity, prioritizing SMEs, the women-owned business and local government has the unique opportunity to bridge the contract-to-value gap and ensure that public spending translates into shared national prosperity. I want to thank you for listening to me. God bless you all.
You have more than tried. You have done really well on time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chinji. And it's obvious why they said you are a mentor. You know your things. Also, I should warn you that we are going to extract that clip about you promising that come July, people will be paid by the government and put it on the news this evening. So no pressure to you. Allow me to invite our Chief Growth Officer, if I can call her that, Penina Kabagambe, to come and tell you why, as a supplier, you are also a saver and why this is very important. After her, in case you are here and seeking to become an NSSF supplier, we have some success stories, and Brand Labs Consortium, represented by Ovia over here, will be coming to tell you why it works for you to be an NSSF supplier. Penny.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. IT for presentation. My name is Penina Kabagambe Wawiri, and at NSSF I serve to grow the membership of NSSF members, who are you and I. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Dan Mugura, for inviting me and finding a space for us to grow the membership of a fund through suppliers. Is the presentation ready? Okay, I'm not here to talk about procurement, so the presentation will not be that long. Just for us to appreciate that the supplier seated next to you is a saver. This blank here. Yeah, the supplier seated next to you is a saver, and how NSSF can turn every supplier in this room and the person on their payroll from a compliance tick box to a contributor to social security. And that's what this is about. And what we're saying from the membership side is that you're not just here for a deal, you're already into contributions. And in this room, the people who are seated in this room, probably you're seeing a bidder, you're seeing a procurement officer, people chasing the next purchase order, a compliance certificate, a bid document. But who we think is actually in this room are employers, paycheck writers, money economy participants, whose decisions today decide whether thousands of Ugandans retire with dignity or no dignity at all. So I could give you very many numbers, but I know that you've had numbers from my colleague in procurement, you've had numbers from our managing director and from other presenters, but I'll only give you one number, also because we don't have so much time. And this is the one number that I'd like us to take away, that of the working population in Uganda, 84% of all of us do not have retirement savings at all. And what this means in this room is that most of the people who work for you, your loaders, your cleaners, your equipment operators, will retire with nothing, because most likely we are in the 84%. Only 16% of our total labor force in this country will retire decently with a saving. And we just hope that also for you people who are seated here as the suppliers, this number will keep you awake tonight. So look around your payroll, and these are the different categories of the people that we think. And the theme, Powered by Diversity, is not just a slogan for us. It is already a description of how your business runs. And these are the different examples of the people who we think that you are. You could be an owner of the business. You could be a permanent payroll staff, your casual laborers, a subcontractor, and you are in between these. So the dry season of every supplier, we know that. So the tender that you're looking for, and all these people who you are employing, we just hope that as all these people are working and doing the 8 to 5 and going back home, that they can pay themselves first, definitely from long-term savings and saving with us, NSSF. Ticking the NSSF box, we think that it is the floor and not the ceiling of what you should be looking out to do. You meet your PPDA eligibility at the moment. You produce a certificate, you become a contributor to Social Security only when remittances keep coming in, long after the tender is awarded. Sorry, just a minute. So what compliance looks like for most of us is that at the point the bidding document is given, you remit, and then go quiet in between that period, cover up for a few permanent staff who you're not paying for, and then go quiet again. What we think that contribution actually looks like, shared growth for a supplier, is that you're remitting on time, that is your contributions, that you bring your casual laborers and subcontractors onto the Smart Life Flexi, which we shall talk about, is that you're saving for yourself as an owner and becoming on the right side of our statistics, that your workforce is protected, and those are the workers who are working for you, that your bid documents are always ready because you are complying with the NSSF story and other statutory, and then you're also taking care of your retirement. And how do we think that? So in 2022, one signature, that signature that everybody knows. In 2022, one signature changed who NSSF is for. Previously, it was only for the former workers, that you must belong to an employer who has a contract with you, an employer letter that is given, and you know the 5% and the 10% story I would like to imagine. But in 2022, that changed. And when the president assented to that law, what that meant that it unlocked the opportunity to save for your future for everyone in Uganda. Why voluntary contributions are now legal and protected, that anyone above 16 years of age employed or not employed, can save with NSSF. That no employer is required for you to save. So you could be a border rider, a welder, a seamstress, a trader, a diaspora, a Kafunda owner, anyone. You can actually save. A new product was born, and that product is called Smart Life. Somebody asked me a question, what's the difference between voluntary and Smart Life? Voluntary is actually dubbed Smart Life. It's the same product. And what is it? Smart Life. It is a voluntary, goal-based saving plan built so that the casual, contractor, shopkeeper, and the supplier, and anyone can save. As little as 5,000 shillings. And on different channels, you can save through your Momo, Airtel, Bank, NSSF, Go. And the rhythm, you decide it yourself, that you can save daily, weekly, monthly, whenever. And for how long must we have that money before you choose to take it out? At least 12 months, 1 year. A working life that doesn't run on a payroll calendar. So you can actually save your own money for the future. And I know that we shall get into the story of, but I'm already doing it. I don't know how many people in this room have managed to save on their own with an entity that is not mandated by law to keep your money, and you have had the discipline of keeping that money for at least 2 years. Put up your hand, we shall buy you free lunch. Yeah, in many rooms where we have been, people have told us they've stretched it to 4 months. They've stretched it to 6 months, but at the end of the 6 months, they had to get the money out. When you come and save your money with NSSF and choose for us to keep it for you for 3 years, it will be there for 3 years, and it will grow on compounded interest. So that you don't need an employer to do. You can do it yourself, and for anyone 16 years of age and above. Built for how your people actually earn. And so it is by choice, choice meaning that the member sets the goal. Yourself, you set the goal, not the employer. That the member sets the period for how long they'd like to save. The member sets the frequency, not the system, and decides what tomorrow should look like for them. It's affordable. It's only 5,000 shillings. So you can choose to save 5,000 shillings every 2 hours. We have people who have saved 5,000 shillings 7 times a day. Or you can choose to make it monthly. It's really affordable according to you. And it is flexible. Flexible meaning that we have different channels. And a real return. Daily computation, credited monthly. It's a daily computation, credited monthly. Not the annual interest that we are waiting for in September. Yeah, so you can have two, both on the mandatory side, and you also choose to join the voluntary side, and also get your casual laborers on, and get your suppliers on, and other people. So there are 3 moves you can do this week by Friday, and this is what we think. Number 1, you can save for yourself. You can really save for yourself. Open up a Smart Life account in your own name before you open one for anyone else. And start with 5,000 shillings, and then decide how to go on. Another thing that you can do is to true up your permanent staff. Why are most of us not getting through with the bidding documents? It's because we find that we are lacking on the compliance side of NSSF. And we have had many people who are calling us to say, can I just have a certificate just so I can be able to bid, okay? But you don't have to wait for that. You can just true this up this week by Friday. Audit your monthly remittances against your actual head count, not your bid head count. Head count versus bid head count. Okay, so you can have your own reconciliation, and if you're struggling with that, you can call on our numbers just to make sure that our auditors can help you. Number 3, what you can do is to bring the rest in. Run a 30-minute Smart Life Flexi sign-up session for your casuals, your riders, your subcontractors. Back in NSSF, we have a fully fledged financial literacy team, and we're happy for you to work with our team to get them to even do an online session for your suppliers. The fund is only as strong as the people in it, and without standing between you and the rest of the time for lunch, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penny. And Penny will be available to answer any questions you might have about Smart Life and what you can do for not just yourself, but also your employees. Because I know that many of us as suppliers, usually our employees are a bit informal, and so it's very good that we learn how to be able to serve for them. Now, if you are not yet an NSSF supplier, you might want to hear from someone who has been to come and tell you whether it works, how good it is, or bad. They have not been paid to be here. They have come of their own free will, and therefore, any information you hear from them has not been coerced or under duress. And for that reason, I will therefore invite my very good friend, Ovia Chomukama, who is Business Director at Brand Labs Consortium, to come and share a little bit about the experience as an NSSF supplier.
It's already good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Ben gave us an activity in the morning to say what you're grateful for. One of the things I'm grateful for is being in this room and being part of NSSF Suppliers. This is my story, or our story, at Brand Lab. Brand Lab is merely 5 years. At Brand Lab, we deal in corporate gifts and promotional items, which is also point of sale materials. Other people can call it merchandising. We started in, I started this business as out of frustration. Has anyone been frustrated before? When things are not moving? That's how I started it. I sat on my desk somewhere and I was like, oh, things are not moving. Or things are not moving for many people. So I just opened up a company for just, let me just open up for the sake of opening up. We'll see where this goes, without even plans of running it. However, it came 2020, February, I lost my employment. And I'm like, hey, I have a company name, why not start up? And it was an opportunity. So when we started in February, who knows what happened in March? COVID. COVID happened and it closed us in. When everyone else was frustrated, for us we are more frustrated. One, you don't have a job, you're at home. I had, I think, 2 staff at that time. They were looking up to me. At that time of lockdown, my husband was locked down somewhere. So as a family, it was a little bit tough. You remember they were locked down out of the country for over a year. So basically, there was a lot of uncertainty. All of us were full of uncertainty, right? Everyone. I personally, I think gave me a little bit of pressure. And we were opened. I remember in August. To me, I was like, those hungry shepherd dogs that you've looked for a long time? When you open for them to eat food, what happens? They rush. That's how I was. And what did I have in mind at that time? I only knew the businesses I wanted to work with. And actually, when they opened us, I had a partner who felt the uncertainty too much. She left me. And I was like, what do I do next? It was quite tough. So I was all alone, and I had 2 staff, as I said, who had families that looked up to us and as their only hope. So with the knowledge I had from my previous employment, I decided to look for business from other businesses. And one of that business was NSSF. So I contacted NSSF in 2020, and I could not qualify. They told me, you have to be in business for 3 years. I've just started 5 months. What will happen? I said, you know what? I need to up my game again. So what did I do? I got my registration right. Dan kept telling us, getting your paperwork right. Same story with Mr. Ojambo and David. I had to get my documents right from, I even had to get my 2 staff. We do voluntary saving. Why? I remember there's a gentleman called Gilbert. When I called in NSSF, he told me, no. You actually qualify for voluntary saving. So I had to enroll my staff for that. And we got our paperwork right. Bounce back 2021. Coincidentally, there was a bid that had just run. As a business, we could not afford money to buy newspapers every day. We all know business owners when you're starting. So when I visited NSSF, I found there was a bid that was closing in just 3 days, a pre-qualification to be onboarded. But because we had our paperwork right, I was given an opportunity to apply, to do the bid document. And guess what? We passed through on that bid document. And then I faced another challenge. Our quality of work was not to the standard of the fund. When we bring our samples, they're like, nah, this can't pass. You bring another sample, I'm like, hold on. Who supplies NSSF? I wondered, who supplies NSSF? Because the quality they needed was really, really too high. And what did we do? We lost business. We quoted and lost business for 2 years, but we're learning. And what did the fund help us? They were teaching us how to get the right product they needed. Who were the customers that needed these right products? And with that, we came back with our game right. Now we have the right product. Guess what? What do we have? High prices. We are not competitive. So what did the fund help us? They are training us on, yes, you have the right product, but remember in bidding, you also have to be very competitive. So as a team, we decided to learn how do we source the good products and also remain competitive in the market. Remember now 3 years we're not getting business. Every speaker here mentioned that even if you enter a market, you have to do the right requirements to meet the standards of that market, right? Transparency is very, very key, regardless who you know in any organization. And that's what I realized with NSSF. So, because NSSF trained us, it gave us an opportunity to grow and learn more in business, and they believed in us. And I'm sure right now, we should be one of their best suppliers with the best quality products. It's a no doubt. One thing NSSF trained us is being diligent in everything you do. Because realize, you can have the right product. You can have the right price. Are you able to deliver that right price? Or are you able to deliver the products that they've asked you to supply? So we're supposed to be diligent in everything we do. And because of this diligence, come last year, they trusted us with a very, very big order. Everyone was worried on how shall we deliver it. There are over 1,000 gift boxes for the whole fund. One thing they aim for or they want is being innovative in detail to something new that they've not had before. So we innovated or crafted a very nice gift set. We went through the process, it matched the best, and we delivered over 1,000 boxes in the shortest time. I think Dan was even worried if we could deliver at that time. But I'm sure we surprised them, we were able to deliver. It was the first stress-free gift or end of year presentation, and it was delivered on time without any hassle. Would like to take this opportunity to thank NSSF in particular, the head of procurement and your procurement team, head of marketing and the marketing team for trusting us with such a big requirement and believing in us that we could be able to pull it off. I hope we did not disappoint you. When I meant being diligent, what does it mean to us to other fellow vendors? You have to be thorough by paying attention in every detail you do, ensuring nothing is being missed, and being specific, especially in quoting the right products and completing the production process from A to Z. The other thing that helps us at Brand Lab, we are persistent. We never give up. We never gave up. I mean, I came in 2020, you're not eligible. 2021, okay, we can try you, but you're not up to our standard. And after 2 years, what happened? We were able to break through. And then we care and pay and give effort to everything we do. We try to do it right. We try to do it right. NSF doesn't like mediocrity. I'm sure other vendors can testify to that. So to a small detail like a pen or a notebook, and they don't want mediocrity, how about a big project like building, affordable homes, or now they're going into road tolls, meaning they wouldn't want mediocrity to have roads that will only last 10 years. And with NSSF's help as a business, remember in 2023, we started with only 3 staff. Now we are over to 12 permanent staff. We've increased to over 20 casual staff that come in to support us. And with these casual staffs, we've also increased, we've supported many other businesses that also supply us, especially with the raw materials we need. They look up to us. Actually, some of them say, oh, we pray that Brand Lab gets that order of NSSF so that we get more business. So meaning they look to us, as we get a business from NSSF, they are also supported. And because of this, Brand Lab is birthing or is expanding into new businesses, especially in manufacturing, meaning we are becoming more, we're employing more people, and more families are going to benefit in this. Thank you so much, NSSF. I can't appreciate you enough.
Thank you, Ovia. I'll be asking you to come back to a panel. Can I ask my crew to help me put the chairs up on the platform? So we'll do a quick Q&A session with our speakers and panels and take some questions. And then we will ask Benoni to come and close. We'll go have a meal together as we wrap up. Let's do another quick exercise. We did a Thanksgiving earlier on. Let me ask everyone to stand to their feet, even as we have the chairs being put back on the platform. Please work with me and indulge me in this. We've given thanks. You've heard Ovia's story about what happened in COVID and how tough that can be. I remember how COVID was. 1 week, they tell you, the company has shut down. 2 weeks later, my wife's company also shuts down. And interestingly, actually, Ovia used to walk past my place in Chwatle. You remember? Yeah, you'd see me on the balcony and I look like I'm shitting. Gakombi there thinking, what are we going to eat today? But we survived. So what I want you to do is, please stand, everyone. Please stand. Find someone. Tell them one thing that you have come back from that you thought would destroy you. This is therapy. I am a very big believer in group therapy. And if you're online, for the guys who are following us on X and on YouTube, you can share in the chat. We'll try and pick those. Only share what you feel comfortable, okay? If you feel like it's too heavy, it's fine. But if there must be something you can share, something that you thought would bury you, that you recovered from. And you can talk about it from a business perspective. So as a supplier, as a business person, what was that one experience that almost buried you as a business, and how you came back from it? And as you share the stories, if you think the story that you have been told is the worst horror story, please put up your hand so I can come to you and we hear it. I'm looking for someone who thinks they have the worst the worst business horror story. I don't think anyone has anyone worse than mine. I think about maybe 9 or 10 years ago, I lost a deal that was worth about 1.5 billion shillings simply because I was not prepared enough with the paperwork. It was with a bank, and no one had warned me that when you're working with a bank, everything has got to be in order like this, like this. So, yeah, just like that, it went. So I dare anyone who has a worse story than mine, if you do, please come. I'd like to hear it. And then we'll get into a quick panel conversation. And then Benoni will wrap us up and we'll go for lunch. Are we ready? Can I bring my people now? Right. You can begin to settle down. I'm just wondering, the stories you have had, how many people have had a story that was worse than yours? You shared a story, but then someone else told you a story and you're thinking, I thought I was doing badly, but now you... Anyone? Anyone who had a story that was much worse than theirs? I'm sure there must be one or two people. And you had a story worse than yours. It was the same. Do you want to share very quickly? Yeah.
That is air pollution.
Air pollution?
In Kampala.
How is that bad for the business? How was that a bad story?
Because it makes people sick. Right. Yeah, business spend a lot of money. Staffs are absent because of flu. And it impacts on human resource impact on the business, and the negative feedback loop goes down the line.
Thank you very much. Flu you can recover from. Please, Our flu is even caused by stress. You come into the office, they tell you NSSF has rejected your bid, you get flu. It's not even real, but you just get it. Also, I don't think you are here yet. Find propolis, you will never have flu. Anyone else want to share? You had a story that you thought was worse than yours. No one wants to share? Okay. You don't want to do group therapy? That's fine. Let me invite our speakers back onto the stage so we can just do some very quick questions. So I'll ask Dan and Penny and Ovia and David and Mr. Ojambo to please come join me on the platform. And I just ask them a question each, and then if you have any other questions, we'll take just a few so that we can be able to get some more knowledge. So please give them a hand clap as they come back onto the platform. They have earned their right to be here. I will stand on the side so that I can get out of the way. And then we'll just have a few questions, just maybe one or two for each. And then we will hand over to you if you have any questions, just to take a few. I guess I will start by asking Dan the first question. You mentioned a couple of people in your presentation. I heard you talk specifically about MSMEs, which I think is where many of us fall. You did talk about special interests, subgroups, and these are things that we normally hear. And sometimes you get the impression that it's just done to tick a box, or we must have inclusion. Make sure you have provision for, these special interest groups. But are there any particular things you put in place to try and make sure that these MSMEs, these special interest groups, are actually able to access these opportunities? If they're following this conversation, what kind of confidence would you give them that this special interest MSME talk is not Wolokoso, but it's actual deliberate interventions by the fund to make sure that these opportunities are available to these people?
Thank you very much. The special interest groups are the women, the youth, and the PWDs, the people with disabilities. And the fund realizing that they need a special treatment, we've ring-fenced certain procurements for their participation. For example, we have ring-fenced procurement of computers, and we've previously given them to the women. And where we get this list, we have registered SIGs, the youth, the women, and the PWEs. But particularly, what we've done in the fund is that we've ring-fenced them and ensured that when they are doing bidding, we publish and say, this category of procurement is ring-fenced for the special interest groups. And we've actually given them a chance, they have participated. But of course, we are a bit disappointed, like we earlier mentioned, that even when we've chosen to support them, not most of them do show their presence. Yeah, we had a case on the procurement of some computers. We had the procurement concluded. The first one was very successful. We got a BEB, the best evaluated bidder. Even the second one, but the third one we did not get a successful one because even the one that we gave an opportunity did not perform. So what does it tell us? That we must continue building our capacities. And then on SMEs, also we have reserved certain procurements of certain thresholds, and we support them in terms of financial capacity, and also in terms of the evaluation requirements, where we would require 5 years of experience or personnel. With these qualifications, we have put them down and required that the minimum qualifying mark should be put down, and the requirements should be also subsided so that we allow them an opportunity to perform in the procurement process.
So just to get this correct, you're telling me that NSSF, which is one of the biggest institutions in terms of the deals that are handed out, has a lot of opportunities that are ring-fenced and haven't yet been taken advantage of because the people they are ring-fenced for have not organized themselves properly to take advantage of this.
Yeah, it's a win-win for both of us, because where we've not had these opportunities taken over by the SIGs, we have built their capacity. But at a scale of 10, we've had 7% successful, and they've met the purpose for which they have been intended.
So what I'm hearing is there's a lot of hope. So if you're in any of these special interest groups, you want to make it a point to try and make sure you learn a lot, because clearly there are opportunities. Let me come to Mr. Ojambo about this EGP system that I heard you talking about. I heard you mention that it's being expanded, it's being rolled out to even more places, and you did mention it, and I think David also touched on this at some point, around the issue of transparency and accountability for the EGP, especially for suppliers that are outside the urban areas. Again, you have the experience of having worked not just here, but across the entire country. And because we have a lot of people who are following us online around the country, who are looking for that confidence that this EGP thing actually works, and that there is opportunity for them, if you could kindly give them that confidence in a few words, that I can be somewhere in my small town in Ruhumba and actually have an opportunity to get a bid evaluated and accepted without having to look for Mr. Mugura and buy him coffee or whatever. You know, if you could convince us that it's actually possible for that small person up country to actually get some deals.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. All I have to say is that the EGP system is a game changer in the procurement arena. Currently, we have 36 entities that are already rolled out on the system, end to end. Plans are underway to roll out. Out of these, we have only 3 local governments that are regionally distributed, but the other entities are central government entities. The rollout will happen next financial year, and all agencies of government are meant to be on the system. And why are we looking at EGP as a game changer in this respect? for people that are diverse. The theme today, we're looking at diversity. We're driven by diversity. So the system is designed in such a way that once a provider has registered under the system, whether you are using the system or not, apparently, so long as you are registered on the system, you can bid with any government agency. That is already on the system. I'm saying that is on the system, but there are providers who can do business with the agencies that are on the system. So long as you are registered on the system and your profile is clear, you will get notifications. You get notifications. If the procurement for works, you will get notifications on your phone, whether in Germany, wherever you are, on the available tenders. So it's ideally up to you to participate or not to participate. Yeah. If you feel you are capable of participating, then at your own initiative, you can prepare a bidding document and you can put a bid and submit online. Yeah. So we're looking at having the whole country on the system. That is the major aim. So that flexibility is created across the board. It creates a bit of transparency, a lot of transparency in that Mugura will not actually know which bidder is where and is bidding for what, except after the evaluation process has been undertaken, depending on what I've actually advertised on the system. Yeah. So the adverts may run on the system and also in the newspapers, depending on the capability of the entities. Yeah. Because now we know not all providers are on the system, the adverts are actually run. But so long as all providers are on the system, you may find that most of the adverts are actually run on the system and also notifications are on the system, and therefore accessibility can be guaranteed. Yeah. Yes, then transparency is that the system will evaluate the bids. The bidders, the evaluation committee will be in place fine, but the system will do the evaluation. So the issues of having to consider a particular bidder based on your own interest does not arise. Yeah. So you deliver the best evaluated bidder based on the criteria, and therefore we shall cut out that kind of connection that would be there to affect the credibility of the procurement process. So there will be transparency in the system.
And for the record, there used to be a problem like that where that could be an issue, and you're saying that now this almost eliminates it completely.
Of course, now the manual system, you can play around with whatever you actually receive, and probably a bidder who even qualifies can be eliminated in the sense that probably one document is not submitted and the bidder is eliminated. There it is on spot. Whatever is required and submitted, that is a pass for that matter. So the issue of price, you'll give your price. The price with the lowest, the lowest bidder, who meets the requirements, will be determined as the best evaluated bidder. Yeah. But under the manual system, anything is actually possible. So we're looking at creating efficiency, reducing on the corruption, and also delivering value in the procurement process.
That's extremely encouraging. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ojambo. Let me come to David. When Mr. Ojambo was presenting, and I think you touched on it, and also Dan in particular, the issue of joint ventures. You notice that in Uganda, normally everyone wants to have their small cake and eat it. I die with my thing, I go with it alone, you suffer alone. And like Ovia, you all end up spending 4 years not being able to get any business because you're trying to do stuff on your own. This thing of joint ventures and how they work, from your perspective, how do you think would be the best way for the people in this room to leverage this opportunity of joint ventures where I think Dan said 1 + 1 + 1 can actually be equals to 7 if you choose to make it that way because you're working together. David, what advice would you give to these guys in this room about the possibilities of doing joint ventures and why it might actually be an advantage for them to explore if they want to be a supplier for a company or institution as big as NSSF, for example?
Sorry, my apologies. Jevis, I think, let me look at it from the sustainability point of view. How do I manage to survive in this competitive world? Do I know my capacity gaps, my capability, and what are my gaps? I think from that point of view, the moment you know your capacity, your competency. What can you do and what can't you do? And you have an idea of the opportunities that exist, for instance, in NSSF. Then it will be prudent to identify within your sector organizations you can team up with to form a joint venture. I don't have the history of how they performed. I think my friend in PPD who do the auditing could have. But it's one of the strategies that other companies, you see these big contracts here you see for roads and so forth. Yeah. Most of those big jobs are not taken by one individual company. Those people come together and they use the expertise to join resources together. As Mr. Mugora said, 1 + 1 + 1 can be 7. Because you have a competence here, this one has a competence here. So there are really strategic, there are real issues that people must start thinking of. One of the biggest challenges we have at the local scene, I think, has been trust. If Ugandans can really jump that hurdle of trust. Yeah. But otherwise, other countries are using the JVs to win big jobs. But I think we have a problem locally. These JVs have not been so common as far as Ugandans are concerned. But this is the way forward. If you want to tap into big opportunities, you can't remain doing the same thing. Yeah. 10 million. Why don't you try maybe 1 billion? But you may not be able to do 1 billion unless if you join hands with someone in terms of a JV. Yeah. I think we still have a long way to go there. But it's the way forward.
It does sound like the thought. Dan, do you want to add anything to that from your perspective about why this becomes key for a lot of these suppliers to learn that isolation is not necessarily good for you and that you want to interest yourself in actually working with other people?
Well, thank you, Ben. What I could add maybe on the joint venturing is that it's one of the ways of enhancing capacity. Like David said, identify where you have a niche. Yeah. What do you need to borrow from a colleague and do a JV? The JV might be just for that particular assignment that you are bidding for, or it may be for a long period of time, depending on the trust element that exists between the two partners to the joint venture. But I want to share with you a scenario. There's when a joint venture submitted a bid, and during the execution of the contract, the partners disagreed along the way. So I encourage all of us, if you are to do a JV, register it, identify the obligations of each parties and who has a competitive advantage, and identify the reason you are doing a JV with this partner. So it's one of the best ways of managing competencies where you do not have certain skills, but we believe that it's one of the ways of building capacities amongst ourselves. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a very important thing to note. There are ways of making sure that you protect yourself legally. If you get a good lawyer, you can have your JV well structured in a manner that will make it easy for you. Ovia, it was interesting listening to your story. Almost emotional, actually, because it's obvious that you've come a long way, and there might be 1 or 2 people in the room who are just starting out on that journey and could do with some counsel. What advice would you give to the suppliers in the room or potential suppliers in terms of being able to manage standards? What were the maybe 1 or 2 biggest lessons for you along the this 4 or 5 year journey, especially around dealing with an entity like NSSF? What do you think? What school fees, I guess I'm trying to say, would you have paid that you can pass on to them so that they don't have to do the retakes for, especially around making sure that the standards are up to scratch and being prepared for getting deals with entities like NSSF? So we'll just change of your seat so she can be a bit more comfortable.
The school fees I can give you is, 1, you need to first learn which business you want to supply in detail. if you know it's like the fund, what does NSSF require? It's not just a matter of doing the bid, because everyone can do a bid, right? We all know how to draft a very nice bid document. But what do you know about this business? If it's NSSF, what are their requirements? In my field of work, we supply corporate gifts. Which people is NSSF giving these gifts? It's just not a matter of going to NASA Road and you pick a book and then you come and deliver it. Everyone will do that, not so? So the school fees I give any other vendor is one, to know the business in detail that you plan to supply, in detail. And when I mean in detail, even the individuals that work in that business. NSSF hires, right? I realize they have the best personnel. So if they have the best personnel, would they settle for mediocrity in terms of service delivery through us vendors? I don't think so. So that's the best I say, learn in detail your vendor.
That's very good advice in terms of being able to pay attention to detail, because also, again, I must come to Dan for this before I come back to Penny. One of the interesting things I've heard you mention, which is unusual, is that when people fail to qualify for bids, you don't just discard them, you actually hold their hands and help them to understand what they missed so that they can do better. I think if you could just emphasize that point for me for a second, because again, from where I stand, it seems like something unusual. Most other entities will just say, you failed, bye-bye. But from what I'm hearing, you say you actually tell people, if you do this better next time, maybe you have a better chance.
Thank you, Ben. I want us to imagine if you launched a tender and you do not get a responsive bid. And what does this speak to? That the bidders did not actually understand what your requirements were. And the risk that we are always trying to mitigate is that this bid is completed, we have awarded. What was the reason behind the other guy's failures? It could be price, it could be other technical issues, or any other administrative issues. So debriefing the bidders as to why they lost is to our advantage, because we believe that the simplest bidder to manage and to do business with is the bidder that understands how to submit a compliant bid. So we usually do this as part of our debriefing process whenever we actually, in addition to the debriefing that is always physical, when you have requested for it, or when we envisage that there's a need to do debriefing, we usually send out our best evaluated bidder notices, and on the right-hand side, there's always a reason why your bid was successful. Yeah. So we encourage all of us, once you get this reason, you could even get to us and ask, I need some clarification on why I lost on this particular reason. Because we believe that an enriched bidder is the best bidder to deal with. Someone who is technically innocent, you may find challenges in dealing with them. Yeah. So we usually do this to close the gaps, so that next time they are participating in the bidding process, they know what we want. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That makes a lot of sense, and it's actually very encouraging to hear that you do that. It's absolutely commendable. Penny, let me talk to you very quickly about saving before I open up. If you do have a question for any of our panel or anything you have had today, I'll ask you to prepare that. When we're done with hearing from Penny, I will turn the mic over to you. I will kindly request that you process your question so that you can give it to us in less than 40 seconds. All right, so please process the question so you can be able to give it to us. We'll take a few so that we can try and get as much info as we can. Penny, I'm a supplier to NSSF. I've managed to put in a bid. Dan and his team have managed to give me the contract. I have made it work. The challenge sometimes is that when the money hits the account, we go and we give ourselves, and before you know it, it is finished, and then we are now back at zero. From a Smart Lights perspective, what sort of advice do you give to those of us whose business, sometimes can be periodic? I have employees, or maybe even people that work for me part-time. So for example, if Ovia is getting a deal, she might not have permanent employees, but she has people that work for her on every project that she sort of gets. And they want to be encouraged maybe to help these people begin to save, get into smart life. What would be the best way for them to go about doing that, especially for people whose income is maybe not that regular, and yet you still want to be able to make sure that they can be able to, be a part of this process?
Thank you, Ben. Smart Life was actually designed for a typical Ugandan who earns like that. And,
which is most of us.
Which is most of us. That a very small percentage of our total labor force earns a monthly salary in formal employment, which is predictable, which is known. Very many of us have irregular incomes. Some earn daily, others earn when there's a deal. And so Smart Life was designed for a member like that. Two important things that I'd like us to take about: flexibility and accessibility. That it is flexible because you can pace it according to the way you work and the way you earn. And especially because all of us know that the discipline to save for long term for yourself, you may not have it. We probably save intending to access the money after some years or for a particular goal, but then it just so happens that other competing needs come in, that your savings are competing with your housing needs, with school fees, with medical, with food and all that. So where we come in as NSSF is to say, just give us that money and allow us at least to hold it for you for minimum for a year. That means that at least you will have given us the instrument to ensure that you do not access that money, but that's not all. It's also growing while we have it. So flexible is that you can self-pace it according to the way you earn or the way you'd like to deposit your money. It's accessible because we are trying to mirror where we typically transact on our mobile monies, right? Yeah, on our mobile monies, and then on the different platforms that we use when we are sending money to our relatives, when we are sending money home, when we are sending school fees, when we are buying in the supermarkets. We're trying to mirror those platforms so that that saving is also embedded there. But the broader picture, really bigger than that, is that this is the NSSF's vision, is to make sure that savings is a habit.
The culture.
It's a culture.
Yeah.
As opposed to compliance, the stick, to make sure that someone has got to crack that whip to make sure that money is paid, that it's a habit. And for me, I usually give an example of myself. That when I started working very many years ago, I'm sure you'd imagine, because I was working in a formal entity, my savings to NSSF was by law.
Yeah.
So I was never part of that decision. No one came to ask me if I want to save for NSSF. And I also did not know that my money was being deducted. I probably thought it was a tax. Then a few years after I had worked, I was given a statement. And guess what? I was pleasantly surprised that I had savings into NSSF. I'm very sure if someone had asked me right out of Makerere University if I wanted to save for my future, I would have said, no, I'm not part of those people who are going to make 30 years or 40 years.
Yeah.
Me, I'm on this side of the 20s. Fast forward, I've been working for over 20 years. Really, that is what we wish for every Ugandan, that as you're working, as you're supplying, as you're looking for the next deal, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you probably will not be able to do that. And you'll find that you have had money go through your hands from you to the supplier, to the client, and you don't have anything left for you. Yeah. So it's also important, and that's why we're saying that Smart Life is convenient. If you just make it a daily habit and every day I put away 10,000 shillings, I automate it, it goes to the time when I'll not be a supplier or an employer or something like that. That is what we'd like to mirror, the broader picture of financial inclusion for long term.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me, I would just simply add to that it's about, beyond you making it a culture and a habit, just the discipline. We have a bad relationship with money as Ugandans. You could almost say, no, we do. We have an abusive relationship with Ugandans. You get a deal, you've been chasing a deal with NSSF for a very long time, you eventually get it, the first thing you do is you go buy a Harrier. Am I lying? Some people in this room are guilty. You know yourselves. And then that Harrier is sucking money out of you instead of actually helping build some stuff. And so I've had this chat with Penny over a period of time. I think for me, one of my personal goals as an individual is just to try and help, especially young people, to be able to learn this stuff that we should have learned back in 2000 and 2001 when Benoni and I were leaving the university. I keep thinking to myself, Benoni, when we were leaving in campus in 2001, if I'd started doing the smart life things that Penny has been talking about, I would now be driving a Rolls Royce. Now, here we are. And no. Does anyone have any question that's burning that they need to? I want to do only 3 or 4. As you do, can someone? Okay, you have a mic. Thank you. So let's start from the other side, from that table, and then come across the room like this. I see a hand over there. There's a lady. Yeah. Okay, you have a mic. So we'll start from there and come this way. As we do, allow me to just quickly announce that we have a table on the outside for Smart Life, and I'm going to request that before you leave here, you go and register. Actually, no, I'm not requesting. I am commanding. In the name of Jesus, you shall not leave here with bad manners with money. Please go before you leave. At least you register and leave 20K there. Maybe it will help you just spark something. Also, our feedback form on your table, please make sure you fill that out for us. If you don't, I will not give you lunch, okay? In fact, I will take my coupons back, so please make sure you give us some feedback. I'm joking, but please do give us feedback. Right, let's take some questions very quickly, and then we'll have Benoni wrap up for us.
Thank you so much. My name is Joanne Larocque. I'm the team lead for Magister Training Associates. It's a consultancy company that provides business development services, soft skills mostly. My question goes mostly to the PPDA. Thank you for the provision that you're providing for special interest groups, but I'm feeling like they are not special enough. Being a woman, we look at the efficiencies that you're trying to build, making sure you have the systems more efficient, but nonetheless, they are becoming more structured and actually more complicated. As women, we really like simple things, simple, and we also deal a lot with trust. And I want to really congratulate those two ladies. They made very wonderful presentations that appeal to women. They are short and to the point. And so when you talk about the statistic, 1% of women are engaged in procurement. It's not just in Uganda, it's global. And so I think you can still do more. I can give you just a brief example. I am registered with the EGP, and I've renewed my certificate annually, but my deadline to renew is Feb, but my trading license is March. And they could say that they said I'm disqualified because I've not provided a valid trading license, because my trading license was still running up to March 2026. But the system wants something which is Feb. So I think the system sometimes really, and as women, we don't like systems which really take a lot of time. They are, Right. I had to physically actually go to PPDA office, and I want to say thank you for the ladies I found there who just understood me and said, Madam, don't worry, this is sorted, and I was given a certificate, and I was able to submit it somewhere.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking that, yes, when you talk about special purpose, let's really also really involve us, and we tell you what actually works for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make sure you keep it short and sweet. As you said, women are very organized in that area, so thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Mugabe Derek Paul. I'm from Lean Publications. My question goes to PPDA. Could we explore the alliance? I've seen some other parties do alliances. If JVs have a problem, the legal team can educate us about alliances. What are the pros and cons of, if it can work, we can also explore it. Thank you.
I'm wondering if there's a difference between alliance and a JV in this case, in terms of the legalese.
Thank you very much. My name is Owin Hakim. We are in the business of making and supplying electric bicycle, talking about sustainable procurement. So we have you. My question is a geo-economic question. You talked about diversity. Uganda, we are a landlocked country. We have on road one conveyant belt that bring in all the goods from Mombasa to Kampala. I see by location, most of the businesses, operation, low cost, concentrated within Kampala. Now, NSSF has footprint of offices all over the country using EGP platform. Don't we see that it will take away businesses, it will deny locally available, like, say, municipality, like, different location of Uganda, those people not to compete fairly with suppliers in Kampala who are readily available here, closer to the market, closer to the supply chain. I'll see a supplier from his village where he mentioned.
Kashari.
Kashari.
Right.
They're very far away from Kampala, very far away from Mombasa. By the transport costs and everything, are we not denying them opportunity? Is there ways that a policy can integrate that in mind and make sure that the diversity actually include also the geographical aspect and business operation area, that aspect of it? Thank you very much.
If I hear you correctly, your question I'm hearing you ask, is it possible to geo-lock opportunities for certain people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We'll take two. It's now 1:15, so, right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll finish over there. Okay.
I'm by the names of Nyamaiz Fatina, Direct Expression Printers. My question goes to the Smart Life app. I'm really interested in savings. Now, my question is, I save with insurance, yes. They give you a specific amount to save. Like if per month you save like 500,000, you're supposed to save that for 5 years. To Smart Life, if I have like 200K this week, 5,000 next week, the other day I have 300, the other day I have 1 million, am I allowed to deposit that, or I should have a specific amount?
Right. Is there a minimum requirement per deposit for Smart Life? All right. Good question.
Thank you very much. My name is Brighton. I'm actually not a supplier, but a student at Macquarie University. So my question goes to Mr. David from the Ministry of Finance. And in your experience, while driving sustainable procurement reforms, how are non-compliant suppliers, particularly those in the informal and SME space who are not remitting NSSF contributions for their workers, being treated at the procurement evaluation stage? And do you see a sustainable procurement policy as a lever that could actually enforce broader social security coverage rather than leaving it as a burden to NSSF?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering if that question is for David, though. But I'm sure he's clever enough, he'll figure out a good response to that. Okay, there was one more. All right, I really need to end, so we'll do that, and then we'll finish with you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, NSSF, and all the stakeholders who have participated in this event. Thank you so much. It's been resourceful. Nam Tebishamira is my name. I'm the CEO of Mira Metal Fabrications. I'm a lawyer by profession, but an engineer by passion. I do empower women into metal fabrication. So I'm dealing with women who are vulnerable. I'm dealing with young girls. So I've been thinking of the way I can help them save. And here happens, I land on smart saving. But these are the girls who don't even have national IDs, and they have no smartphones. So I've been here wondering, I'm like, how really can I help them to join that smart life?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there was...
I'm here. Good morning. Oh, sorry. It's already done. Hello, everyone. From Gulf Africa Limited. We do supply
If you could
toners.
please hold the mic a little closer to your mouth so we can hear you better.
Yeah, so we do toners and ICT. But my question goes to Madame Penny. She talked about
Smart Life.
Yes, Smart Life. So there's something in the bank that they do. I wanted to know, so if I'm saving for Smart, do I get my statement in case maybe I want to use it for other things? Because in most cases where we use banks is, let's say I have my side hustle, I'm getting stuff from somewhere, and I have to pay them. Can I access my account, my Smart account, for that kind of work? And if yes, that would be so great for us who are doing small businesses.
Right.
Thank
You're
you
saying,
so
can
much.
I be able to get my money out if I
Yeah,
needed to, and how
yes.
quickly can I do that?
Yes.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Kasamira Anita. I work with Business Center Limited, #1 dealer in Kaspersky Antivirus. I think everyone knows us because of that. My question goes to Mr. Patrick Ayota, though he's not here. I don't know whether Penina you'll be able to answer. This cuts across both indigenous and foreign companies. I've had a number of colleagues complaining about not receiving their NSF funds because these companies don't actually remit these contributions. You find someone has worked for a company for more than 5 years, but they've not been paying their monthly contributions for NSSF.
Right.
So NSSF, together with authority, I don't know how much you're going to enforce this so that these people can also benefit from their contributions. Because you find someone has worked for long and have not benefited. My second question goes to...
I can only allow one question because of time.
Okay, sorry.
I want to be fair, and I need to wrap up because I want to come back to the panel. I need to give them an opportunity to respond to the questions. So for the people on my panel, I think it was mostly David, and I think maybe Dan and Penny can pick up on a couple of the questions that you think might have been relevant to the fund, and then we'll have Benoni come and wrap up. So I'll start with you, David, just to answer any questions that were targeted to you, and then we'll have Dan and Penny also pick up on a couple of those, and then Benoni will come and help us wrap up. As they do, just a reminder for you, QR code for sharing feedback. Also, we'll share a QR code where you can get some of the pictures. I know that these are very important for you to pick up so you can go and have and show at home that you were working today. So we'll also put a QR code that shows where the pictures from today are. Also, we have very good photographers, so they'll surely look good. David, if you please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I think there was one question. I had one question. Someone was talking about non-compliant suppliers of NSSF. What I know is that this is one of the requirements, but there are thresholds, depending on which organization you're talking about. There are some organizations that are not, they're below the threshold. So if you're below the threshold, I think you're not mandated. But if you're supposed to comply, you must comply.
Yeah.
I think there's no...
It's black and white, right?
It's black and white.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I think government should stick to it goes back to the social pillar, to help the workers.
Right.
Because the moment a company is paying NSSF, it means that company is thinking about sustainability of these people after employment. So that should not be a debatable matter. Unless if you're below, then you're not supposed to do it.
But even if you're below my thinking, David, and I'm sure Penny will affirm you on this, even if you're just a single individual, you can still be able to save. So
you don't need to, if you're I think there's a threshold on that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to be, it's not why we're doing Smart Life. You shouldn't have to be pushed, so thank you. Mr. Ojamba, I know that there was a couple of questions for you as well. If you could pick those up very briefly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first question came from Joan. It wasn't really a question, but kind of a compliment and something to learn from on special interest groups. Yes, I agree, it's still work in progress. It's a new kid on the block. We are trying to improve, and we're coming up with a simplified bidding document. Like you say, you need simplicity. And if there are any challenges that you actually face, we are very ready to support you. And I think we shall do better. Just let us continue getting feedback. We shall keep improving. Then Mugabe was talking about alliances versus joint ventures. I don't know what you really define by alliances. What is important in the procurement process is how do you legalize that kind of association? How legal it is. Is there an alliance? Can it be registered? But to look at joint ventures, there's a process of coming up with a joint venture, coming up with a joint venture name, which is registered with a number of details that are required to make you a compliant bidder as a joint venture. So it is an issue of compliance. How can you be compliant in respect to the requirements of the bidding document? Of the procurement process, you are coming together. How are you coming together? How are you formalizing your relationship? That's what's really most important and should be defined in the first place. Suppliers on sustainability. Actually, I thought that question was of Mr. King on sustainability. But I think what I actually picked was as a disadvantage to the suppliers or the business people that are geographically located, yet your business is central. I want to say that you as manufacturers or sole distributors, you need to edge yourself by getting out to the people who can also ultimately do business with you. Maybe I didn't get the question right, but...
For example, GP platform.
Yes.
Like centralized, like people in Kampala, I would say we have one conveyor belt from Mombasa to Kampala. That means the goods are more cheaper here. Now I see NSSF office in Kashari or Busheni somewhere. The local suppliers there, they may not get opportunity because they are not competitive compared to the price that people in Kampala are offering. How can we get them out of the business, and how can we design a system that takes care of these local people?
So you're saying, is it possible for the person in Kashari to be able to put in a competitive bid, and doesn't the person in Kampala have an advantage over them because of the geographical location?
Yes, it's very competitive. It's very, very possible. There's accessibility. Internet is everywhere. It depends on the offer. How much is their offer relative to other competitors out there? But on the EGP system, the flexibility is actually there. You can bid from anywhere, and also, so long as you have the requirements, can be compliant and get business. So procurement is all about giving the best value. What value can you actually give at the end of the day? So once you access information, participate, give the value that's actually required. So the source could be another issue altogether, probably the people here, but where are you supplying in the first place? You could be in Kashari, but the entity that's procuring is actually here. So that does not become a disadvantage in that aspect. If you're in Kashari, your supplier is in Kashari, even the bidders who are in Kampala, who have access to the requirements to the product here, to deliver there, then it's a win-win. At the end of the day, you are all competing for the same product, and it can be successful.
Right. Thank you very much. Dan, was there anything from your side?
Maybe to clarify on the JV, on the joint venture, just as a caution, not everyone that comes to you to do a joint venture that you have to accept that kind of partnership. Do one kind of due diligence, move into the details of the performance history, know their legal status, because I want you to imagine if you are given this contract and you do not perform, what are the repercussions? Yeah. Of course, the joint venture, each partner is severally and jointly liable to whatever circumstances and performance issues that may come up in this joint venture. So when there is an issue of non-performance, you will not say, no, for me, I'm not liable. It's this partner that did not perform. Yeah. You are both jointly and severally liable to perform this contract.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm also assuming that, in terms of, I think one of the things that happens is that when money comes, you have mechanisms to make sure that if I'm in a JV with Penny, she doesn't take all the money and run off to Canada on her own.
Yeah, yes, actually, this JV, according to the terms of the JV, you'll be mentioning the lead partner and then the other partners in the joint venture. Then, of course, within the JV, you have agreed on who will have the powers of attorney, where the money will be paid to, who will access it. It's a joint venture. You define your relationship, and you come up with the terms of accessing any benefit resulting out of this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Penny, there's a couple of questions from potential servers.
Yes. I'd like to start with the question of the lady at the back. I'm trying to get her attention. Yes, I'm answering your question. I love your question very much, where you say that with other entities you save up to 200,000, 300,000, but NSSF you're constrained because of 5,000. I love it because I'd like to clarify to everyone that 5,000 shillings is the minimum. And I dare say that look out for the news for even bringing that amount of money even lower. Why? Because many of our people in the population, 5,000 shillings together might be a lot of money at once, but then they could save as little as 2,000, as 1,000, and 3,000. We have taken care of those, and also just to make it savings as a way of life.
Yeah.
That when I'm transacting, when I'm calling, when I'm sending a WhatsApp, it's okay for me to allow probably the telecoms to remove 200 shillings or 500 shillings and just keep dumping it on my NSSF. Maybe 5 years, 10 years from now, that 1,000 shillings could have grown. So yes, you can save 5,000 shillings is the minimum. But you can put as and when, and that's what we're talking about, flexibility.
Is there a maximum?
There is no maximum.
Just that for Smart Life people, a billion might be tricky, but
for Smart Life. So I love your question very much.
Right.
And just to let you know that you can save as a lot as any, and just put it on your Smart Life, and just have it grow like that. But also, why are you not saving with NSSF? Why are you saving with... You can save with any other entity, but start with NSSF, please. Why? It's government, it's tested. You see us having our annual members meetings every year. We're actually inviting people to come and say, come and look at your statement, be sure that your money is there, that it's earning, that we are government, it's a government entity, that it will outlive, even if management changed, NSSF and your statement will still remain.
Yeah.
So we encourage you to save with NSSF. Also to the lady who is looking out for women, lawyer by profession, engineer by passion, I love that. So again, we take note of the fact that a lot of our workforce is in that vulnerable kind of category that you're talking about, and we're big on building the willingness and the capacity. The willingness is for us to give them the financial literacy to be able to empower them to make the choice to save. And you're out to support them. How I wish that you could just support them with just having the national ID. Why? Because they could start saving, and we probably kill an eye for them to save without the national ID, but they'll struggle later because they need to identify themselves even at that. So we have a partnership with NIRA, where if it's a sizable number of people, we can partner with NIRA so that they just go through. But if there are not that many, like you're going to put a whole line there, please just encourage them to go to NIRA, get a national ID, and then leave the rest to us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Pardon?
About numbers, like how many does she need to collect for you to send them
Numbers,
as a group?
so I could give you an example of like a farmers group which we are working with that has got 200,000 people. I'm just giving an example. Just think about it if you were NIRA, the value and the cost of you having to set up somewhere for people to come and register. Would that make business sense for you?
It needs to make sense
as NIRA,
right,
for you to be able to move machines and people and machinery.
For
if
3
they are
people.
10, if they are 20,
right,
I wish you could just give them like a day off, probably,
also,
to go to NIRA just to have themselves registered.
Yeah, just to add to this, for you, Shamira, the guys at NIRA are actually very, very helpful. I have found them to be one of the government institutions that actually are very thorough at what they do. So.
But also, why do we insist on that national ID? Because they are going to have to be saving, and they'll probably want to receive their own message showing them this is how much money you have, it's growing in this way, and just for them to know that NSSF is directly accountable to them. So at the start, you could think that you're helping them, and then that doesn't work out. But also another thing that we have brought on as NSSF is bulk registration. We realize that many people subscribe to either an association or a group or a partner in an informal way. And we expect that they will not have the time to each of them walk to our branches. So what are we saying? That if you have those people, even if you just have them on an Excel and make sure that they have their national IDs, if they have telephone numbers, for us to be able to get in touch with them, we can register those at a click of a button without them having to come to NSSF. Just to make sure that you, who is taking care of them, at least you make sure that they have their national IDs. That's the part that you'd have to
Penny,
do.
just a second, just to add on that. The kind of girls and women I'm dealing with, these are people who are coming like around the region. I have interns from Masaka, I have interns from all over. And it's because I'm pushing the women in metal fabrication movement. It's something I want women to believe that actually they can belong to that field. So you find that I have people from all over the country. So coming at NIRA to help them, even if you give them a day off, it will be very hard. Because the NIRA system in Kampala is not the same as that of Masaka And I can't go to all their regions.
It's okay. I'd like to make this simple for you. The office that deals with vulnerable groups like those sits at Workers' House, Enterprise and Growth. Please feel free to come, and we shall have somebody be able to come to you.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah. And the question about banks,
Yeah.
the lady who asked about banks, are we able to give you your statement or your money when you need it? If you're on the mandatory side and you are saving money with us out of law, your employer deducts it and saves it with us, even both for the voluntary. The statement is yours. We can authenticate it,
Yeah.
and then you can use it for whatever reason you'd like to use it for. Why do we talk about accessibility with our digital platforms? That we've made it easy for you to register yourself, to pick your own statement, to, just to be able to operate on your own. But if you want to use that statement for anything else and you want it stamped or authenticated, that we can do.
Yeah.
I'd like to answer the question on behalf of the managing director, the one of compliance. People who are working and their money is not being deducted. That's very sad for us. Yeah. And that's why we operate really out of transparency and making sure that you can be able to reach us in our branches, on our different channels, but also that we come to you once a year on our annual members meeting. So for compliance, one, we have branches all over, and you can be able to come to us. We have the whistleblowers policy, a platform where you can blow the whistle. If your employer is not deducting your money, you can blow the whistle. If they're deducting less than what you earn, because if you earn 1 million shillings and they declare 700,000, it means the 5% is less.
That means they're cheating you.
Yes, they're actually cheating you. Or they are deducting the money and not remitting it. So we have a platform called the Whistleblower Platform where you can blow the whistle. But we also know that some people would not be comfortable to blow the whistle against their employer. Yeah. Okay? So we have a branch. We have different platforms where you can find us. Physically, you can find us in our branches, or you can call a toll-free line. We have relationship managers all over the country who are attached to geographical locations of where every employer is. Yeah. And that's both for the foreigners and Ugandans, that your money should be coming through, and we are happy to do that. But also just particularly for this event, we have a desk where our officers are to register you if you'd like to save voluntarily, but also to pick up any other things, compliance things, employers are deducting and not. That desk out there will be able to handle that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow my panel to step down. Please give them a very, very big hand clap as they go. And if you're scared of whistleblowing because you think your employer might know, send your border guy to whistleblow on your behalf. It still gets done. They will never know who whistleblew, and the problem will be solved. As I invite Benoni Katende to come and wrap us up, just a quick reminder, if you're here and you are an NSSF member, how many people in the room are savers with NSSF? You have some money in NSSF? All right. How many of you have the NSSF Go Up? Okay. You're like me. Every day you look and say, I am rich and I can't touch the money. I'm just, the way you're laughing, you're like me. So, Benoni, thank you for causing us grief. Every day we look at our money, but we can't touch. I'm here looking at it. I'm a rich man. I can view my e-statement. It says my estimated retirement projection is a few billion shillings. Please welcome with me Mr. Benoni Katende to come and help us wrap up. He's our Chief Technology and Enterprise Solutions Officer as we conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Mwine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you. Mr. Ben Mwine, can we give Mr. Ben Mwine a round of applause? I think he's doing a very good job. Another round of applause for our panelists. And one for yourselves, because you've been very attentive, you've asked very intelligent questions. There's both a beauty and a challenge with coming to speak last. It means your words will be the ones that are most likely remembered. So you need to say the right thing. But the good thing is also, well, you get to be the last one remembered. Just like him, I'm also called Ben. I'm the other Ben, not the famous Ben like him. As I was sitting there, I thought about a few things in line with our theme. And I thought I'd put this picture up. Can everyone see this picture? Can everyone see the hippo? This came to me while I was seated there in line with our theme, thinking, if you look at this hippo is big and mighty. Eh? It is huge. It lives both on land and in water. Eh? It is one of the most fascinating animals because guess what? Who knows how it swims? Mr. Dan Mugura will give someone a very good present, not just an umbrella, for someone who does answer this. Eh? Who knows how a hippo swims? Anyone? No biologists, agriculturists here? Yes, there's a gentleman over there. Yes. How does it swim? It does what? Anyone else wants to give it another try? Almost there? Yes. Buoyancy. Okay. Close. Did you guys know that the hippo can actually sink to the bottom of a water body and run at the bottom of that water body? Do we know that? Very fascinating animal. But as it does that, when it's near the surface, its eyes and ears are actually above the water level. So I would liken NSSF to this hippo. NSSF is big and strong and resilient. Eh? It has gone through a number of changes, scandals, probes, leadership transitions, etc. But guess what? It still stands. Eh? It still stands. But NSSF, big as it is, there are so many problems that it cannot solve on its own. If you look at this hippo, big as it is, it cannot bite off those sticks that are on it. Eh? It cannot. NSSF, as big as it is, cannot decide, let me go and lean against a tree and rub myself and then those sticks will go off. No. It can't do that. It can't decide, let me just follow the bark and crush these sticks. Or it can't even decide, you know what, let me first make peace with these sticks. Let me chat with them and say, guys, can we coexist? Eh? It can't do that. But guess what? NSSF benefits from the suppliers that are represented by those birds. Eh? Not the ticks. Eh? The suppliers. There are points that NSSF cannot get to. Not because it is not strong, but it is not designed for that. It doesn't have the agility, the flexibility, the creativity. We cannot do everything. And that's why we cannot do without you, the suppliers. We cannot do without you, the ecosystem. Someone said NSSF hires the brightest people, and that is very true. But there are more bright people out there. NSSF cannot be as innovative to solve all those problems. And that is where you come in. And that's where we talk about our shared growth. There are blind spots that you can see. You're out in the field and you see, if NSSF did this differently, it would be different. We cannot see all of that. And that's where we need to partner one with another. Hence the shared growth. And that's why we invite everyone, big or small. These birds that you see, these people cannot survive long without them. Eh? However big it is. Eh? And that's it with NSSF. There are problems that we cannot solve. There are areas we cannot reach. We cannot become a telecom. We cannot become like your lovely business. We all cannot be that creative to say, you know what, let's put together gift baskets. And that's where you come in. Eh? But those birds can also misbehave. Eh? You know there are times a bird can take off that tick, eh? And a wound comes on that what? On that hippo. What do the birds do in that scenario? They continue poking. They see the blood and they continue poking. There's a fascination about animals and blood. Eh? Strangely, it will continue poking and poking and poking and poking. And after a while, the hippo will get irritated. Eh? And then it will find a way to get rid of the bird. Eh? That's the symbiotic relationship between NSSF and the ecosystem. You are the ecosystem. We are part of the ecosystem. And when we say shared growth, it's not that one should take advantage of the other. Let's not be that supplier who says, you know what, I've gotten this deal, let me squeeze NSSF on this one. We've had instances, he knows that we complain to him. A supplier comes and said, you know what, let me give these guys these substandard parts. They are not from the original equipment manufacturer. I like my friends, and I don't want to pick on my friends who supply toner, but I am sure you know that in the tech industry, that's one of the biggest complaints. Eh? You get a deal, you supply fake toner, and guess what? Do you know what happens? It kills the printer. So guess what? We all lose. When we talk about shared growth, it is beneficial not just for you, not just for NSSF, but for all of us. For all of us. That symbiotic relationship that you see is mutually beneficial. NSSF benefits when each and every supplier thrives. And that thriving comes from trust, dependability. But you also thrive when NSSF is fair to you. When we follow the rules to the dot, when we are transparent, when we make sure that the person that is supposed to win actually does get the deal. And that's our theme. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. We win when you win. You win when we win. And I'd like to encourage that. And whichever way that we can support one another. There is no idea, in my opinion, there is no idea too big or too small. Many times we sit and wait and say, let's wait for NSSF to reach out and say, I need this service. But you're seated there on intellectual property. You're seated there on a bright idea. You're seated there on something that can revolutionize not just a fund, but the entire country. Because guess what? NSSF's mandate is the entire country and beyond. And that's why we have projects, not just within the country, not just within the region, not just within East Africa. So don't sit on that idea. Whichever way that we can support, from a technology perspective, you have a proof of concept. Come and sit with us. Come and sell that to us and say, you know what, I think we can partner with you on this particular aspect. Where there are challenges, I've talked about how do I get my bid not declined? For simple things, I didn't submit this. This is not valid. I forgot to check this, etc. I encourage you, let's embrace the use of technology. More specifically, let's embrace the use of AI. AI can tell you, you know what, this is my folder that I want to submit. Is it complete? It can help me judge and say, will I be competitive? Have I put there anything? And at NSSF, this is something that we can help you with. Because guess what? When you win, we win, and vice versa. So ladies and gentlemen, I can see a number of hungry faces. I shall not stand between you and the dining hall. So thank you very much for coming. We are really honored and would like to stick around, have a few conversations here and there. You have an idea, you have something that you want to sell to our Chief Procurement Officer, etc. Thank you very much for coming. NSSF is open for business. Please come and partner with us. Thank you.
Thank you. In his other life, Benoni is a very good storyteller. You can see he does that quite well. We are done. So just two quick announcements. One, please pass by Smart Life. Register if you haven't yet. Put some money away. It's for your own good. Secondly, please do give us some feedback. We'd like to hear from you. How has today gone? Was the conversation useful? Any improvements you think we can make? Last but not least, I'd like us to appreciate the procurement team at NSSF who give you deals. If I were you, I'd clap a little harder. Dan, you look around. You look at the people who are not clapping hard enough. You take note of their business. Fortunately for you, NSSF is transparent. If it was me, I'd be looking and say, go, blacklisted. Allow me to ask Dan to come and introduce this wonderful team. I think NSSF has one of the best procurement teams in the whole of Uganda, and it's only fair that you get to know who are the people behind the scenes. Some of them you talk to on the phone, some of them you email, you never get to see. I think it's only fair that you get to see them before you go. So Dan, if you would please come and do us the honors of introducing your team before we then usher our guests for lunch.
Thank you, Ben. It's just a 1-minute event. I would like to call upon my colleagues in PDU, in Procurement and Disposal Department, and members of the Contracts Committee who are here, just to come for a picture moment and to introduce ourselves to our colleagues on this side. PDU and CC members, kindly. At the fund, we believe a lot in teamwork. Whatever presentation that was made here from any one of us, it may not have necessarily come from ourselves individually, but the team that is behind is this wonderful team. I will just give you a minute, introduce yourself, you mention your name, the title, if you don't mind, and then we proceed for lunch. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll start from this side without following any particular order. We start from Brian.
Good afternoon. Brian Nasaba, Procurement Specialist.
Good afternoon to you. Christine Chisubi, Procurement Specialist.
Good afternoon, Rona Chomhendo, Procurement Manager.
Good afternoon all. Engineer William Sande, Procurement Manager, Works.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Goretina Mpija, Procurement Specialist.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sharon Tukamushaba is my name, Procurement Manager.
Good afternoon, Noelina Nerima, Procurement Specialist.
Hello, Deborah Shabomwe, Procurement Specialist.
Good afternoon, Fiona Kamukama, Procurement Manager.
Good afternoon, Gertrude Namayanja, Procurement Specialist.
Yes, good afternoon. Rashid Wesa is my name, Procurement Specialist.
Good afternoon to you all. Solomon Kihumuro, Procurement Specialist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eunice Kato, Procurement Specialist.
I thank you very much. So when you receive these emails that we are sorry your bid has not been successful, we are the team, we agree on the wording of the email, and even when you are successful, we also agree on the wording of such an email. I want to thank you very much for being our partners, and may God bless you. Thank you.
You guys, please stay, let's do the photo. You guys are not clapping. The whole team is looking at you. You're not clapping hard enough. These are the career limiting moves. I've got to say, I do a lot of work for many different companies. I don't think I've encountered a procurement team that is as friendly as the NSSF team. I don't think I've encountered a team that is as friendly as the procurement team at NSSF. I usually work very closely with Rona and Rashidi. Rashidi, thank you for being an incredible human being. He will call you and he's so humble on the phone. I'm like, but you're the one giving me money. You should be, I should be the one behaving as if I am begging. But they are friendly, they are courteous, they are professional. And for that, we celebrate you. And thank you for doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So if you will allow me, if not for your sake, at least for me, so I can get paid quickly, please give them a very, very big hand clap. These things are very, you must make people look good. It helps you. And then as they are done, I'll ask our panelists to please also come and join us for a picture. So, thank you very much. Please stay. Let's do a picture with the panel with you as well. We'll do one with you, and then the panelists will take one on their own with Dan too. As we take the pictures, our lunch is served at Paradise Restaurant. You'll go down the stairs to the other side towards the swimming pool, if you know the Sheraton well. If you don't, just walk in that direction and go down until you smell food. That's the best way I can describe it. I hope you've been given a coupon. If you haven't given us feedback, bring my coupon back. Please do give us some feedback before you go. You have some forms on your table, fill them out. Just give us some feedback so we know how the forum has gone for this year, and so we can do even better for subsequent ones. So just one more with just the panelists to stay behind with Dan to do one final group picture, and then we are dismissed for lunch. Right. As they do, please look forward. Penny, show us teeth. Dan, we need to see teeth. Smiles are very, very important. Yeah? Teeth are very difficult to Photoshop in the photo. We need to capture a smile. Right. Another big thank you to you all. If you allow me to kindly lead us in a quick prayer for our meal. Let's humble ourselves and pray. As it is written in Psalm 145, dear Lord, your word says that the eyes of all look to you, and you give them their food at the proper time. You stretch out your hand, and you satisfy the desires of all living things. You are near to all who call on you in truth. We pray that even as we depart today, that your hand will be upon us. May you grant us favor. May you bless the work of our hands, that as suppliers we will be able to get all the things that we need to